So yeah, but this is like the strongest time, 2 a.m. It's like time clicks very fast. You know,
Mm.
if I say I'm meditating, man, it's like it's happening. Mantras, I would say like 3 a.m., 2:30, 3 a.m. in the morning, I start with mantras. And if just feels so well, like it feels like so relaxing and you have energy somehow. And yeah, it's awesome.
I see. I have to do mine as soon as I get out of the bed. I try to get them done before the other thoughts begin to flow into my head. Ooh, 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 ooh. I think we're live.
I think we are.
Ooh, 10% battery. In the shadows, when the shadows brewing, where your alarm bells. Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah, that's it. Everybody decide to knock down, man. Everybody's like, I see ya.
It's possible.
Ah,
Too early to judge yet, though.
oh my God.
I was having fun looking at those nakshatras. Starting to make sense.
A lot of this shit starting to make sense, homie. A
And it's
lot, a lot of them.
2 o'clock in the morning. We've been going for 12, 13 hours. This is part two of the video because YouTube doesn't allow us to go past 12 hours anymore. So we're just starting the second one.
Yeah, let me just put my fucking notes.
Yeah, notes. I need to find an ink pen. I cannot find an ink pen for nothing. I bought a three subject notebook and don't can't ain't got nothing to scribe with.
Kind of like a fucking lot of notes like this whole time. I'm gonna discuss this shit with the groups. Like, what the fuck am I discussing?
Well, you can ask me anything. I'm here for your service.
Uh, ah,
Mm, peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
yo, Travis, I really like how that book, the Tatwa. Oh, I can't even pronounce their name.
Top with shooter.
Yeah, that one with how they break it down, the elements themselves, like the sequences of it. Asha.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like how do they break that Akasha is equals to energy converted into matter, base and conscious, and then they have like the particles, how they make like in vibration that created it, the movement, which is the air elements. Then in a high levels of movements of the air becomes into heat, which is the Agni. Um, the motion of the particles actually in acne, they disperse. And when they disperse, they become more slow and it becomes more cold and down, which it makes the water element. Um, confined in the definite of space, moving only within a small road. All right, so it's just I like how they make the sequences of each one of these elements, and and it's pretty awesome. I mean, do- let me see. There was something else that I really want to talk about, you guys. Freaking, I was reading today about the Maya, which is the illusory force inherent in the Shakti principles. Then you have Nada, which is vibration, Bindu, which is the nucleus, Kala, which is the race of force, and then they have the Maya, the five operated limited aspects as the Kanchukas, which means envelope and act like a shield. Um, then I will down more about the mandala, which is the essence of the object perceived by the first, I mean by ones who has refined his of her or his inner vision and inner cosmic picture, which is reproduced for all the see, which is reproduces for all to see. Um, we have transcended. Hold on. There is one thing that I wanted to tell you guys. It's about the universal behavior that like that we all have, like in the spiritual world, like we all use some form of like well, like we all do, like we all have deities and we all have incense and we all have candles, and in any type of culture we had that form of spiritualism, and it has a particular name, man. I may have to dig it in the book, but it has a name for the Buddhas, or for these guys. See if I can have it in here. Of course, was my book. There we go. I have so many notes that I cannot even find what I need to tell. It's gotta be in the theory of the mind. Mantras? No, that's the mind. The one book that I want to work on is the one with Tesla. Does any of you have any good books on Tesla?
Mm-mm.
I do not.
How you spell it?
Tesla, Tesler.
I've never heard of Tesla.
Tesla was actually an occultist,
Oh
but
yeah, I never.
he combined it physics or quantum physics with occultism.
Now, the quantum physics is right up my alley.
Nikola Tesla. So that would be Tesla.
Oh, Tesla.
Yeah.
Oh no, I haven't. I haven't did a lot of research on Tesla, but I love Albert Einstein. Some of the stuff that come from Albert Einstein kind of sparked my intellect as a youngin because I didn't have like the religious background as a kid, so it was like understanding things from a subatomic level literally changed a lot for me, man. And just being a kid and seeing how they documented, you know, speaking life into a bottle of water, or you know what I'm saying, how certain frequencies affect snowflakes, or light being conscious of you, seeing it. You okay, Trav?
I was trying to wake up Alora. I think she went to sleep.
I think she was in the tub. Did she start drowning or something?
Maybe the phone fell in the tub with.
I hope not. Lord, come on back. Um, but
Tesla.
Yeah,
yeah,
apparently he was. I was looking a little bit about him because this book was actually the one book that we're reading with the Buddha. He talks about vibration, frequency, and energy, and then of course, um, in a way, we look at this as a brain waves in a different. I guess it's like a more structural, I would say. But Tesla, of course, he was an occultist, but he didn't want it to show in a way that he was in occultism because, in the old times that fully respected. So he tried to switch things and he created this form of language where it's considered today as a quantum physics. So, but in physics itself, he was not, he was not understood the theories of energies, but he is technically he's one of the original guys who try to break down the compounds of the vibration, frequency, and energy. And I think people says um, that he's the one who say that if you want to discover the cosmic or the universe, you have to understand the theory of vibration, frequency, and energy itself. But Shudi, he actually, I like the fact that Shudi actually knew how to break down those elements, which is kind of like the vital essence on energy itself. So yeah, I really, like now I'm more like into energy now, and I'm like, all right, so if we have um I like the story that you guys were talking about the organs, where each organ was talking about how fundamental they were in the human body. And then Shakti came in and said, well, how about if I leave and you all fucking die? And he did, right? So he was, like it's kind of like that, like that's like the most fundamental thing that I see in everything that we're discussing, is to me is the breakdown of energies itself. So I just think that is pretty interesting, and I just like I'm going to start digging in a little bit more into like energies and frequencies and how that works. Now, I was looking to other stuff, and then they were saying, in the frequency, you have music, and then in the music, you see the vibration. And then I started to see people, they say that the vibrations can heal. And then I see I was looking today at this guy who created it, a machine, supposed to be created a machine to create vibration to try to help people and heal people. And for whatever reason, his machine did help to cure a few people. But of course, when it becomes in the world of science, they say, well, that shit doesn't work, so we don't believe it. So they discharge the machine, kind of like FDAC say, like, this machine is stupid. They discharge the machine, and along the road, people will start making, some instruments for vibration to make sounds and help people. And then, of course, idiots like me become very skeptical because they don't understand the concepts. But now that I'm reading about more in details in the terms of energies, then I'm saying the vibration can be a possible form of healing to a human being,
Mhm.
but it doesn't have to be necessarily from the outside. The vibration have to come in a more deeper stage of the body itself. Because if you are training your whole entirely pretty much the structural cells of your body, and remember every single organ is composed by tissues and cells, so you're telling your cells to in a way to heal itself. And I'm not claiming that we curing diseases by you just saying it and don't go to a doctor. I'm not saying that. I'm saying is that if that would be the possibility of this scientist who create this machine, then he probably did activate it as some form of frequencies or vibrational uh, I guess I would say some kind of like some form of language into these people's energies or how do you say like the centers of their energies that they received the information and their organs were able to heal. But it doesn't mean that the energy has to come from the upside with like objects here and there and you're thinking you're curing that person. You probably activating something on their bodies. You know what I mean? Am I getting all cuckoo here? Am I?
Yeah, if I can add to what you're saying, no, you're not cuckoo. If I can add to what you're saying, if somebody yell your name, depending on the tone of their voice, it can either scare you or it can excite you, and what the stimulus can be a positive or a negative stimulus. You see what I'm saying? Your body, everything in nature has balance. Your body wants to balance itself out. When you think about homeostasis, for example, like your body wants to create a perfect environment to where that's conducive to living. Um, your body has defense mechanisms in place to keep that balance in line. The thing is that we're so consumed about the outside of our body that we get detached from the inside. You know what I'm saying? What's going on the inside of our body. So if we can do things that's going to assist our body in doing what it's programmed to do naturally, why not? I mean, smoking, drinking, you know what I'm saying? Food, everything has, you know what I'm saying? Everything has a vibration. You know what I'm saying? Everything we do has a vibration. Even walking and talking, like everything we do has a vibration. Your body, a Muslim once explained to me like this: your body is moldable. It's clay and water, and you can mold it any way you want to. So when you're talking about the vibrations on the inside, it comes from the thought, because you don't have to panic out loud, but guarantee if you get scared and you feel that result of being scared in your stomach, your body is having a negative reaction, because emotions is attached to hormones, and hormones, you know what I'm saying, either they grow or hinder the body. So at the very least, even if you're not seeking outside sources, you want to at least train your thought process to be more positive than negative, because your body responds to what you think,
To the
even
comfort.
though even though it don't necessarily talk to us in a way that we can talk to each other. You know what I'm saying? Pain is a communication. What is it called? Ghrelin. Ghrelin is a communication. A headache is a communication. You know what I'm saying? Anything, if you stump your toe, it ain't gonna make you laugh. I mean, unless you program that way. But generally, everybody I know who hit their toe on the ironing board or on the coffee table, You know what I'm saying? They might they might fall over and cry a little bit. If you hit your shin on something, Lord, please, God, order me a new shin today because I want to get this one up. You know what I'm saying? Like your body communicate with you, but it don't necessarily do it in the way that we used to. You know what I'm saying? Like you drinking and you get dizzy and you pass out, like that's your body communicating.
Right. Yes, that's your
Yeah.
neurotransmitters
Oh
not being.
yeah, I'm drunk as fuck. That's a good thing. No, you just poisoned your body and you can't take it, so it's shutting down so it can process.
Yeah,
That's not a good thing.
exactly.
So
So pretty much the the ones that are gonna dig it in along the road will be Tesla because Tesla tends to explain to us in a very depth detail on how these vibrations and sequences and all that can work in the body, believe it or not. So
mm-hmm.
it's and I was one of those skeptical assholes. Like, you fucking kidding me? You put some shit on people's bodies and you think you're going to heal with vibration? Like, that's stupid. But if you don't understand these concepts, if you don't do your research, I kind of like learn, stop judging and start doing research. So
Mm-hmm.
now they say that there's a couple of scientists up there that they coming back with Tesla, and they wanted it to try to understand a little bit more in depth the concepts of these levels of energy. Although it's been discovered by Buddhas for thousands of years before science came in along, they just started to consider the fact that this can be possibilities and things, So it's I'm glad that
It's
they're open
like I
mind.
said, think about was it the tone and what somebody say your name and the feeling that you get from it. Sound ain't nothing but vibration traveling across the air. With our eardrums, like I don't know what people think, and I'm saying you, but I don't know what people think when they think about hearing. Hearing is a vibration sent and received by the ear. Well, it's sent by the mouth, by the throat, thorax, whatever. I'm not saying that your ear speaks, you know what I'm saying? but your eardrum is a flexible little piece of skin that vibrates when something hits it. Sound is physical. I don't know what people think sound is, but sound is a physical thing.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So like look up the experiment when they were speaking positive things into water and then froze it, then analyzed the crystals.
The Japanese experiment.
Yeah, it was by Dr. Masamoto Emoto.
Oh,
Hmm.
I have his tattoos. I have his experiments tattooed on my legs.
Really?
Yeah,
How far?
for real, huh? That's crazy you're talking about that.
How
Yeah.
far? How far? We in here.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Dude, you got the cosmos behind you right now.
Another thing though, look up music frequencies 440. Look up that, and it's only but so much I can say. You know what I'm saying? It mean a whole lot more when you do the research.
right.
And I'm trying to get over that myself, so I'm really speaking to myself. But look up that, like when I heard about that 440, and not even just specifically that, but when I heard about all these music frequencies and stuff like that, and learned about the benefits of playing classical music to a womb of a developing child, or
And
playing
to
music to your
plants.
plants. Yeah, look, right on time. Put them watches up. Put the watches
Yep.
up. We in sync. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? We in
Um,
sync.
they also, I'm trying to look it up now. I think it was called the Philadelphia Project or something, but they actually learned how to control the weather by sending out frequencies because they were having an issue with storms. So they sent out a frequency and it brought down the storms that were happening.
Electrical impulses.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be no surprise that this has already been figured out by guess who?
The government.
No, Egyptian, silly.
I know. He's talking shit.
No, we talking about the Egyptians.
He's talking
I'm not talking about.
He's like, don't even that shit.
So if you look closely, this is actually discussed in both Tot with Shooty and Samkhya Darshan about how I think that Yuri is very close, and what he's saying that sound is a physical thing. I think a more accurate description would be that sound is all that there is, but it's not sound as we know it. The sound as we know it is just based on our dumbass little eardrums. Sound is actually something much more grand. Sound is another word for vibration, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because truly all of our senses are just different instruments to detect different levels of vibration. Sight is a vibration, touch is a
Yeah.
vibration, taste is a vibration, smell is a vibration. So it talks about shabda, the primordial sound. Om. But just like two hands clapping together makes an inevitable sound, consciousness and energy touching each other, caressing each other, kissing each other, fucking each other. When those two essences come together, it makes
Yes,
a
Lord.
primordial sound. And that sound is where we get this illusion from, where we get creation from. It's all an effect of that original sound. The subtle vibration gets denser and denser until it starts to become solid. And now we have life, cause and effect and karma. And we think that we're doing stuff. We think we're saving whales. We think we're eating healthy. We think we're, voting for presidents and all that stuff. Nothing starts here. This is all an after effect of something that happened, that has already happened. I don't even want to say long ago because time isn't a thing. Time is only dependent on objects and identity with objects. This sound, this vibration, this shabda that the ancients spoke about, because they had all this shit figured out. We still don't have it figured out because we're trying to do it without the ancients. But this original shabda happens in a place that is beyond time and space.
Yeah. Like, they were actually talking about, like, as far as those combinations that I'm obsessed with now, they were saying that one of the things that you need to look at is how you break down the density of things, because you may have ether, that breaks down into a solid, but a solid is going to combine and communicate differently with another solid than it would with an ether. So amongst the same formations, you're going to need to break down how that communication takes place in order to pair it accordingly. So it all starts with that base beat, but what that base beat is going off of is more submersive than where we are.
Yeah. That's when we get into the deep talk of what it is and what energy is, what's the source, that source word.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, things speak on the subatomic level. Like, just because we can't hear it or see it don't means it ain't happening. That just like the mycelium, that somebody was talking about the mycelium earlier, the trees, and they communicating underground. Like, it's different levels of communication that we don't like Mr. May just said, light or sight rather, you perceive frequency with sight as well. Different colors emit different frequencies. And just like our ears have a certain level of frequency we can't go above or go under, just when you talk about light, you got ultraviolet and infrared. So I think ultraviolet definitely is when you leave us and go to the cosmos, because it's always depicted as darkish, purplish. And then, when you get to red, root chakra. So anything infrared is beyond our physical. When you get into that true nature, what nature, what I'm saying, really is on that physical plane. Like we can't see it, or necessary. We can't separate it, the sound or the sight. We can't separate it, but we are a part of it. We are going along on the ride, just like how they say the planets is sitting on something, or the planets isn't sitting on something. It don't matter what they are sitting on, or the shape of them, for that matter. Just to throw that out, but it's like the thing is that something is moving. So is you gonna spend time trying to answer some questions that you can't answer, or is you gonna play the song and dance the dance?
Well, I think we're still trying to figure out what the song is and how to
Uh,
dance the dance.
Listen, you ask the question and the universe gonna provide the answer. Until then, dance the dance.
That's true. That's
Veronica, if
true.
you would
Give
care
up
to
the
look,
control, right?
So I
if you
find
would,
in the
if you would
book,
care to look in Taught with Shooty, Veronica, you're gonna find this in chapter 6. All this
actually
information. This
page
Can
information.
some? I don't have that book, so can somebody tap into that chapter 6?
Yes.
Was
I got it right here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Evolution of the elements. All right, y'all ready?
wait a minute now. We're not about to read
Waiting.
this whole chapter.
No. Are you sure?
Uh-oh.
This is a lot of information.
I'm
True.
actually in chapter page 62, where it actually describes everything on the elements.
Good.
And
So you can go back to what you highlighted in chapter 6 and see the important parts.
okay, go ahead.
There are those three gunas again, man. Synchronicity, man. I'll tell you
Yeah,
what.
we're not gonna escape those bad boys.
You can't. They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
In Taught with Shooty, it leaves a great introduction to this sound, but we're going to find an even deeper explanation of this shabda, this original sound in the Samkhya Darshan book.
On page 62 on the same book, it tells you exactly where the sound is and on which element is located.
Hmm.
Look at page 62.
Ooh, what happens after death? But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
For the sounds,
No,
the-
I'm on. I flipped to page 62, but on page 63 in bold letters it says what happens after death.
oh,
And so I
that's
was like,
the
woo! But
yes.
I
Another
have to
thing.
stay focused. I had like a squirrel moment.
That happens a lot with this information, doesn't it? Dadgummit. It's in here somewhere. I'll need to slow down to find it.
Well, the one thing that I wanted to share is that on the fifth aspects of the Tatwas is also known Artabatwa and donates to the purposes of the Tatwas. The scriptures unanimously claim that it is for the enjoyment of liberation of the
Oh,
conscious
you're breaking out. Oh,
Ain't going so good.
from matter that the Tatwas has been created. The other known characteristics of the five tattvas are the sound, the color, and the form, which you guys were talking about now, which are created by the movement of energy within the tattvas. The
mm,
different colors of the tattvas indicates the vibrational frequency of energy on each tattva, as there is practically no vibration in the Akasha tattva. It's a black in color. Vayu vibrates at the frequency of the blue light. Agni or Agni at the frequency of red light, apas as white light, and prithvi as yellow light. The other manifestation of energy, which is the sound, is characterized by the bija mantra of the tattvas. The bija mantra for Akasha is Hum, Yam, Ram, and Van, and Lam, which is Ham is Vaju, Yam is Agni, Ram is Apa, Van, and Prithvi is Lam. The sound and the light together combine to give forms of energy, and therefore Akasha is perceived in a circular form, Vayu as a hexagon, Agni is an inverted triangle, Apas is a crescent moon, and Prithvi is a yellow square. Now, this is something that it got me into this guy for the scientists who study about the structures of the energy. But here on page 63, the one that you were attached to, this one is quite interesting because everybody's questioning about the concepts of death. And I've been research doctors that they are talking about experiences of people seeing the lights and all these spirits coming and get you and all this stuff, right? But in here, these guys have everything figured out. These gangsters, they already knew their shit. So what happens after that? So this one, they say that this thought was exist on the collective or universal realm, as well as the individual realm. The cosmic realm is where the creation is being eternally enacted, and the individual realm is where the tactics are entrapped in matter. When matter decays or disintegrates, these individual tattvas return to their universal realm and mix with their respective cosmic counterpart. At the time of death, the individual tattvas that compose the body and the mind returns to their sources. Those Akasha returns to Akasha, Bayu to Bayu, Agni to Agni, Apas to Apas, Prithvi to Prithvi, awaiting creation into other forms of matter. So in other words, we pretty much we disperse, and then we're returning back in a different type of forms. So this is what they have is the concept of death. So finally, in analysis of the tattvas, it is important to specify that these tattvas enact their roles only at the behest of the principles of intelligence, consciousness without consciousness. These tattvas are immobile and dormant. So I find it pretty interesting how they actually break it even how they even break it down the concepts of death. Now, scientists right now they're trying to figure out what happened after death and all these, experiences of people experiences. And these gangsters they already tell you literally what happens in your energies when you die. So you not even die. You're just waiting yourself to a new cycle and become as a new form.
Well,
So
that kind of makes sense, right? Because that's where they say like karma comes in, where you keep living out this aspect until it's exhausted itself. Then it gets reabsorbed and born into a new aspect. A new aspect is
mhm,
released.
yeah.
So we can't possibly be so limited in our thinking as to think that this is our only celestial body here. If we already have two bodies that are existing at the same time, our astral body and our physical body, what makes us think that there isn't another form that we take upon when we leave this body?
Hmm. When you look a little bit more into the karma yoga, that's actually what they say. They're talking about how, okay, so all of matter, gross all the way up to the most subtle, is going through this process of karma, right? It's flowing, the cause and effect. This happened, that happened. The ripple, the ripple, the ripple. Nothing to do with being a good boy or a bad girl, right? So it just seems that the gross body, being composed of so many different things, it has to break apart just by default because it's made of different elements. It has to separate into different elements. So that gross body crumbles, and it crumbles the fastest and the most repeatedly. Now, the subtle bodies are composed of less complex moving parts, so it doesn't break as easily. Matter of fact, if properly maintained, it might actually thrive a little bit longer. And then, of course, the highest body doesn't go anywhere because it's consciousness itself never was here. It's the magnet that attracts the subtle essence, and the subtle essence is the magnet that attracts the physical essence, right? So when that physical gross essence crumbles, that subtle body takes up another one and continues that process. But here's the thing: we continue to identify with that gross body and we suffer. Now, if we do a good job, we identify with that subtle body and we suffer less, but we keep coming back. Now, the gross body and the subtle body is going to keep doing its thing for eternity. As long as we attach to them, we will keep doing that thing too. But when we start to identify with consciousness, we stop. We get off the merry-go-round. They call it a wheel, right? The wheel of karma. We get off that wheel when we stop attaching to it. We choose this shit. We choose to suffer. No one teaches us, but that's the pill to swallow. Part of the
Isn't
karma
that
is
interesting?
mm, part
Well,
of the
we're
karma is
just
suffering
yeah, that's what I think is so interesting, right? Like we are constantly craving to be something that we are not.
constantly.
Constantly. We give up our lives to it. Give up our
Constantly.
lives to God, all this kind of shit. And we are not we are we are simply its dream.
It creates a cognitive dissonance, right? It's we've been talking about sound and vibration and shit like that. Well, there is harmony, but to an untrained ear, we hear this cognitive dissonance and we attach to it. Just like a bad example, we see a car accident and we can't stop looking at it. We want to see if somebody got hurt. We want to see how bad it looks, what's going on. We attach to it. So when we see this consciousness attached to matter, we we attach to it just like that. We get wrapped up in it so deeply, so quickly, we think that we are in it. It's a paradox because consciousness doesn't change at all, but matter is nothing but change. So when consciousness attaches to that, it experiences something that is beyond its nature, right? Something unchanging is looking for something that is unchanging in a world of change over and over and over and over and over, literally for infinity, eternity, suffering, hell, because our eyes ain't right, our ears aren't tuned. It isn't until we hear the good word, right, that we realize, wait a minute, this world keeps doing the same shit over and over again. I think I'm tired of this and I want to learn more. I want to escape suffering. That thought process is the ears starting to get tuned right. That's the eyes starting to get tuned right. You start changing your behavior and
I
your
was
realization of reality starts to shift. You're
good
no
because I
longer
was thinking,
identifying with the bullshit.
yes, Travis, I was thinking about that in a way driving back home. Why do we fucking have to suffer? Why do we have to go through that fucking process in order for us to get what we need to get? I mean, I understand it's part of the deal, it's part of the wisdom, it's part of that all that shit. But is it really necessary for us to get with the pain and suffering and misery to get to where we need to get?
It's only necessary until you realize that it's not.
Exactly.
It takes many, many lifetimes for you to realize that it is not necessary.
Then I'm fucking no because I'm just questioning that shit today. I'm like, what the fuck? Do I really need to suffer more? Fuck no.
So to ask that and to really mean it, like to really want the answer, you have to start to analyze, well, what is it that caused me to suffer? What are the ingredients that bake this horrible cake? Then you start
Like,
looking into the elements that create the suffering.
mm-hmm.
Because if you just stop at that question, it's no good. You're still suffering, right? How many times did something bad happen and we say, why me? Why this? That doesn't end it. It doesn't end until we start to analyze the elements of that suffering. A lot of this work, the real thing about it, whether we want to call it shadow work or any of that other stuff, the real thing of this is analyzing and paying attention to the subtle behaviors that make us. Most people don't have the capacity to pay attention to the subtle behaviors. How many people scratching the nose and the ear and scratching the butt all out in public? We're doing that unconsciously. All of our behaviors are unconscious, physically, emotionally, and mental. Unconscious. That means we're not paying attention. So we are part of nature in that sense. We're just like the squirrels and the trees and the birds going along with that flow. It isn't until we start paying attention to the subtle behaviors and start managing them. That's how you start to break out of the cycle.
You don't have to teach self-preservation, but what about beyond self-preservation? Like, if we really on top of the food chain, like, let's it's different levels to humans being on top of the food chain,
Who says we're
because
on
you
top
got
of the food chain?
no, but I'm just talking about the perception of I'm this, I'm that. You know what I'm saying? Like how can we how can we claim we this, we that? Like people walking around saying I'm God, I'm this, I'm that, and they can't control sexual urges. They can't control the food they put in their mouth. They can't control the music that they listen to. They can't control not snapping on somebody if somebody step on their brand new Air Force Ones.
The subtle behaviors, managing the subtle behaviors.
Like it got to be a certain level of control. And like a lot of people say, like, the spiritual world or the spiritual side of things is like unpoliced, and you know what I'm saying, is this and is that, but it's like it's almost like you got to police yourself in a sense. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like you can do things in the name of God, or you can do things in the name of yourself, but everything got to be right. Your mind got to be right. The heart got to be right. Everything got to, or things is going to it's going to be obscure to you. It's not going to come through clear. You might miss a couple things. You might have to wait for that bus to come back around. It might take a day. It might take an hour. You know what I'm saying? But you got to learn your lesson in the meantime.
A lack of data is what really gets us caught up in the repetition of these cycles, right? Because, like you mentioned, there's people that are like, oh, the spirit world is unpoliced. Do what you want, do what thou will. Oh, it's everyone's journey is individual. But that's ignorance because it is policed, not by a person or an authority. It's a system, it's a mechanical process, it's a machine. It is policed, it's regulated. There are rules to it. If you can't see that from the KYBALION, then you're not going to see it.
Yeah.
But there's rules to it. And when you start to analyze this machine for what it is, just that process of introspection, because what you call you is that machine, you are the matrix. But when you start analyzing it for what it is and how it works, you naturally start the process of detaching from it. Instead of being a part of nature, you start to rise up and out of it. Because the whole thing that started this whole plight is consciousness became wrapped up into matter. Matter is nature, matter is the unfolding of karma, the cause and effect. That's not consciousness. We think that it's consciousness, which is why we suffer. So when we analyze matter and analyze nature and see how it works, we naturally pull ourselves out of it because we're slicing off all those things that we thought was us, but is actually just nature. The breathing, the heartbeat, the getting mad, getting horny, the creative ideas, the happiness and giggles, all that shit is part of nature. It's not consciousness.
Do you know what they say to addicts? The first step to recovery?
Hmm.
Admitting that you have a problem.
That's hard.
Becoming aware.
Can I just buy a magical rock and put it under the full moon? I have to admit that
Hmm.
I'm wrong. I'm
Hmm.
I'm wrong.
Hmm. You gonna manifest wrong, and it's gonna smack you in the face. You like I said earlier, you gonna trip and fall in a pile of doodle. It is gonna be all over your mouth.
Flat
It's
on
got to be
your
the mouth.
face.
It's got to be the mouth specifically.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's awful.
you gonna have to bite that.
That's awful.
You're gonna lose some teeth. You're gonna chip some stuff.
Hell no.
That's funny.
Have a funky smile for the rest of your life.
Are you louder than me?
Day after day, we keep doing the same shit, not even realizing it. The subtle behaviors. Go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking, like, and that's where our practice comes in, right? Because I was thinking, God, we've gotten so deep. Like, we're talking about the it and the all, right? And like and all these huge ideas and concepts. And I'm thinking to myself, well, what is our step from here? If these were the people who came before us, where do we go? Where do we go from there? And the reality is that as we're living in this Western society, we're maybe where we begin is actually much farther back, where before we even can, we maybe that's our process, is actually learning and sharing how we break away step by step by becoming conscious of our attachments, because regardless, we're going to be brought back into them because we are an attachment.
Let me. Can I throw 2 cents on? Like,
Please.
we keep talking about conscious. Really, really, we talking about being aware. And one thing I learned about awareness is aware of you being aware of it. And
Yeah.
like, so we keep talking about awareness. We saying consciousness. It's one thing to be aware of something, but how do you act in the face of adversity? Like, we can do all this studying, but if we go to class, i.e., step outside our comfort zone into the world, and we get hit with a pop quiz, what do you do? And I know, and when I use this word karma, I'm not saying it in the way that they use it. In a what is that? When the definition of karma, when they say it's the action.
Oh, like
What
bad
I
karma or good karma?
Yeah, what I like to read. No, not that. But I'm referring to that now. But I'm talking about how Trav use karma in the sense of it's an action. Whatever the source of that is, Vedic or I don't know. But when we face with adversity, and now this is just me talking. This is my own little theology or whatever. When we are faced with adversity, our karma comes from how we act in the face of adversity. Like, it's one thing for us to study all this and to know all this, but if you get tested and you fail, you're gonna have to go back to the go to get down, and you're gonna have to go swing a couple more practice at bats before you get another turn at the plate. Like,
Why
how
you
we
don't
handle
fail.
situations.
That's why
I'm
you
sorry.
don't fail. That's why you don't fail.
You can't fail. Like, and
That's
that's
why
what I
you
was
don't.
saying.
That's why when these tests come up, you do what you're supposed to do. Otherwise, you're not really learning this information.
Right. You're gonna have to go back and relearn that lesson over again. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, when I was talking about purposefully placing distractions while I meditate. Like, what I was saying was, like, if I put on a YouTube video of a young lady that's attractive, you know what I'm saying? I know that, boom, I'm gonna have an attraction to her. And then the content of the video is celebrity gossip, for example. So that's already multiple distractions already. You know what I'm saying? We got the physical, the sexual distraction, and then who don't enjoy a little bit of celebrity gossip every once in a while? Like, can we come off our high horse and admit that? You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's one thing to have perfect circumstances. I gotta light my incense and I gotta smoke me a blunt, or whatever. I gotta play this 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 444 hertz music, or what I'm saying. I set the perfect situation or circumstance for me to meditate. But then when I get out in the world and somebody step on my shoe or call me the N word, I lose my cool. I pop my top. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the point of doing
Yeah.
all of this if you're not ready? Like, if you're not going to be ready for anything, you never know what's going to be waiting for you around the corner. But if you're not prepared for anything to come around that corner, what's the point of us having these discussions? Like we are here to empower each other to sharpen the iron, but it's not just talking points. Like, we always talk about what we're going to do with this knowledge. Apply it to the world. Master your sector, master your version, your universe, master your particular universe of what you see from your viewpoint, and then we come back together and then smash together again. And then maybe that glue will stick a little bit tighter. So we can be that beacon for other people.
Um, that reminds me of, it's like a guy sits down to meditate every day for peace, inner peace and happiness, and someone distracts him and he gets up and smacks him because he's
Right,
mad that they messed up his meditation.
right.
It's like, bro, you gotta look outside of your ego, right? You have to practice it. And I think a lot of people get hung up because these are full-on experiences that you have. When someone
Mm,
calls you the N-word, or someone calls me a, oh God, I mean, I've been called so many names, like when someone triggers you in a way that
mm-hmm,
creates that raja response, right?
mm-hmm,
You immediately feel the power, and it surges and it stays and it lingers. And there are these thoughts that come into your mind, like there is a literal cloudiness that happens within your unawareness
mm-hmm,
that fogs your vision. And so a lot of people think, well, if I do all of this stuff to prepare when the experience happens, I'll be just fine. But they don't realize that it's a lot like working out, where, the struggle is still the same, but you just learn how to breathe differently through it, or you learn how to work through that emotion and redirect that energy. That doesn't mean the energy isn't going to happen, that experience isn't going to
mm-hmm.
happen. It's you literally dispelling it in another way. And so I think a lot of people get hung up because they just assume that magically that shit doesn't happen anymore or whatever. Which, interestingly enough, though, is if you do learn how to dispel energy like in another way, what I've found is that it really doesn't really come to your door anymore as often, because you're not giving the same response that was you're not giving the same cause or reaction that was then adding on to those other causes and reactions. Instead, you're creating a different circumstance, a different reality that takes place.
Yeah, that's just like when they say stand up to the bully and the bully leave you alone.
Right.
Like,
And a lot of, oh God, actually, this is one of my big conversations in my groups, because all the kids are there for violent issues, right? So they're all like, we hate bullies, but they don't realize that they're the bullies because they fuck each other up all the time. And so one of our big talking points, one of my big things is like, guys, you're never going to defeat a bully by giving them what they want. You're giving them full control of your emotion and a reason to further the war, because you are continuing to engage in the same frequency that they are. You're saying that you have all these coping skills, yet you use none of them. Like, where do you really want to be? And in the end, where do you end up if you continue acting in this way? What would happen if you went the unfamiliar route? What would happen if you just told those bullies, like, all right, I know you must be talking to someone else, and like laughing, or or like, or if you were to just ignore them, or if you were to speak to them and keep your tone neutral, or like, what would happen if you ended up taking command of the situation by simply being assertive but in control of yourself? What happens to that other person? Well, the reality is that that person becomes extremely unstable. Their foundation is rocked because all of a sudden you're not giving them what they want anymore. That experience is changing right before their very eyes. And sometimes it gets worse and it gets better. But other people around you see, and the environments that surrounds you sees, and there's a different reality that ends up playing out. Can I say exactly what that reality is going to be every time? No. But I can tell you that it's different from what you have been experiencing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people are very scared to go into that unknown because it's very much like our concepts of love. I don't know if I feel comfortable with this um because I've never experienced something like this before. Or our this is just our fear of the future in general is it's unfamiliar, so I'm just going to keep doing whatever I'm familiar with because that's where I get my power. I don't know if I'll get my power source if I change it up.
Yeah.
Let me do this meditation on peace. Let me pray for my six-pack.
Uh-huh. And yeah, you earn your six pack by working out.
Uh-huh. You
Like
work through the struggle. The struggle will always be the same.
like I said, I came in as tiptoeing into the water. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to learn the hard way that this ain't nothing to be played with. Like my imagination was crushed at a very young age. So it was like I knew something deep down inside was searching for something. I didn't know what it was searching for. It was just searching for other aspects of itself. Like
Yeah.
like
And
what all
trying to
this
identify that in other people,
yeah. It was people, organizations, um a lot of
movements.
things. I won't I
No,
won't I don't know. I'm very particular on what I give my energy to.
I feel you.
You know what I'm saying? So that's another conversation, but it's just like I said, man, I came into this thing lukewarm, man. Like I said, I had very little imagination to go up. Only thing I knew was that everywhere else I turned, it was too many similarities for me not to at least take a look at myself. Cause nothing one thing I could say, I never my first stop was probably from not knowing nothing to the Bible and then going to the Bhagavad Gita and then learning about the offshoots of Hinduism when you especially Buddhism. You know what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
only once I tapped into that Buddhism or that Hinduism that I see value on going within inside. And
Yeah.
even when they was telling me to go with inside, some of the outward principles were still the same from other sources. So then to complete the God circle in my own words, you know what I'm saying? I had to learn about Jews and I had to learn about, whatever else that was out there. And I'm just doing a little, self reflection. But it's just I don't know, man. I don't think I'm gonna say is if anybody lukewarm about, you know what I'm saying, whatever discipline you want to go into. Just remember the power is in the belief, and whatever you're gonna put your energy into it, do it, and be ready to take everything that come with it, good and bad. Because guaranteed, if your mind and heart is in the right place, then the good or perceived good is going to outweigh the perceived bad. I learned this from ROTC. You get in what you put out. I mean, you get out what you put in. I'm sorry. yeah,
Good catch.
it was a little slow, but you get out what you put in.
It's true though. Like for me, my big awakening, because I totally resonate what you were saying when you were talking about how you had to go through your process of gems and material things in order to try to get
Mm-hmm.
inside. Like I had to, like for me, it was the same deal. I always tried to get material gain, but it was always curious to me as to how people with less could be so happy or fulfilling or fulfilled inside, or whatever. And I always wanted that, but I didn't know how to achieve it. And automatically, I was going to just generating more material. Going to different crystals. Oh, this crystal will help me gain inner peace. This this shit will help. This type of, seed from this very special plant will help
Mm-hmm.
me attain this inner enlightenment. And then um I never used them because it didn't work. because I didn't know how to ask the questions and when or how that answer was manifesting itself until I was humbled enough to um be able to get on this path and just really start asking those questions of who am I? Like, how do I function? How does all of this shit relate to me? Oh, I'm all of the shit that's related to me.
Yeah, all of this shit is just accessories or it's add-ons to what you already got going on.
Right.
But I
They're the
mean,
aspects to my physical being.
yeah, we just so trained to give everything up to something outside of us, and the very thing that we supposed to be giving up ourselves to, we are a part of that infinite. We are a fraction of that infinite. But for some reason, we are taught that we are something less than that infinite.
Well, because the majority of us are, and I'm not saying the majority of us is in like worth special, but the majority of us, like of my body, of my being, is of Shakti. There is only a fraction.
The majority of this
I'm,
body that I'm aware of.
huh?
The majority of this body that I'm aware of.
Right,
Mm.
right, right, right.
Yeah.
So, right. And all we've been doing is trying to connect to our astral self through physical means. How the fuck can you connect to the all or whatever of what you are outside of what it is? Like, it doesn't work like that. I'm only connecting to my physical self through my physical acquisition of things,
Lack
of material items.
lack of data, sometimes called ignorance. Lack of data separates us from what we want. How are you going to connect to something non-physical with something physical? It doesn't take it has nothing, like you said, it has nothing to do with that. This is all about awareness of new things, a perspective shift, right? Just like with the magic, you can learn all these rituals and they may work, but it's not the things. You come to a certain point where you realize a new reality. Oh, so this is possible and I've done it. Someone with that going on in their thought process behaves differently.
Right.
If we lack the data, we lack the results for whatever reason, maybe
Mm.
because of an inherent ignorance, which is also known as tamas.
Yeah.
We fail to seek the data. We're comfortable with what we have because we feel like it's enough to satisfy my objective five senses.
Right. Because OER is working when we're going into this, our automatic is to work with the senses. We are sensory beings. So without sight, sense, smell, taste, we are unfamiliar outside of that realm. We are
Exactly.
unconnected to our other senses, to our other parts.
This is
That's our somatic response.
Can I just say you got some fairy energy going on right now? I don't know where
Who?
that came. You definitely not Trav.
Thanks.
I don't even know what that mean. I don't even know what that mean, but
You know what? Funny story. So I was bullied to the point that I ended up leaving school, right? And I finished online. Like I was one of those kids that had like no friends, right? And it started in first grade. Um, and this is because it's one of the reasons. Besides the fact that I was just like strange, but my mom was has to this day says that we're part fairy. And so I used to go around and tell the kids, they'd be like, "What are you?" "Oh, I'm German, I'm blah, blah, blah." Or the other kids would be like, "Oh, I'm from the Caribbean, la, la." And I'd be like, "Well, I'm fairy."
mm,
And then they went up to my mom and they were like, "Miss Cohen, is Laura a fairy?" And my mom would be like, "Well, yeah." And so I got made fun of so bad in elementary school for that. But it's interesting that you brought that up because that um that's so cool. That's so cool. My inner child is like glee, is in utter glee right now. Yes. I knew it.
mm.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, it's just something like
Could also
when
be
you
delighting.
when we get into these late hours, like some of the masks and some of the shields we hold up start to dissipate, and we really start to open up on different levels. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? And a lot of times I'll be on these zooms, I really don't be paying attention. Like I'm a multitasker. Like I don't know why. I always been like that. Like I always been multitask. I always had to multitask, but you know what I'm saying? Just really paying attention. You know what I'm saying to energy and stuff like that. It's it, it's I don't know. The body speak very deeply, and you know what I'm saying. Sometimes you don't always have to hear with your ears.
Right. Right. Like, what's that voice in your head? Or even just breaking it down to the other senses, right? We're electromagnetic energy that's constantly pulsating, right? That's constantly
Hmm.
just going out. So it doesn't even really it I mean, in our society it matters the words that you say, especially right now as we're trying to be as clear as possible with what we're saying. But there's another reading that's going on at the same time with all of us present and not. There is another type of reading that's going on that we're having with one another, another type of communion that we're having with one another. And that's on that pure electromagnetic field. Um, and that's where you're right. We, start lowering the other fields that are giving us these mm, I wouldn't say blockages, but maybe different parts of the illusion.
Like we have built-in defense mechanisms that we develop.
Right.
If I hear
Right.
what you're saying correctly.
Yeah. I wouldn't even know if I'd call it defense mechanisms, as it is just kind of like an onion. There's just like tons of layers to it. You know, like we're just built up to present ourselves on different planes, right? And so, but when we get to these levels, those layers that would cover us, say, yes, in a defense way, I guess, in one way of putting it, but in another, in just a survival thing, we're leaving that survival layer, and we're getting deeper into the fruit, in a matter of speaking. I'm not sure. I'm trying to break it down, but it's
Break
kind of
it down.
hard.
Don't mess this up. You was doing
Well,
perfectly fine. Break it down.
I'm gonna leave it.
No, I totally understand. I don't even mean to take us off subject, but I just looked at you and I don't know. I ain't gonna, whatever.
Thank
Leave
you.
it alone.
Yeah. No. It's appreciated. Um, yeah, it's. I wonder what people. Yeah, I wonder how people saw each other. Um, like thousands and thousands of years ago. You know, like we use these words to describe each other or to describe the things that we see, but we're also seeing from a very filtered reality, as we were just talking about, right? Like everything that we're saying right now is filtered through our own perspectives because we are raised in Western society. Like we can never forget this fact that we have these somatic responses and our senses are our automatic fallbacks because we are in a way living with survival methods, and on a very like this form and material type of existence. You know, like even when I think of a rock, if I'm to think about communicating with that rock, my first thought is trained not to think of the rock as how a rock speaks, but instead is to see the rock as like a form of human. And so I'm going to talk to it as if it's a human. You know, like I don't like I'm learning now, but my automatic training does not allow me to see outside of my own limitations, in the sense that not everything communicates like me. Not,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and so I just kind of wonder, for people who don't live like that, what these conversations, or how they would even see these things, like what that would be like.
I mean, just to add one quick thing, like what you were saying about the rock, like we are too good to try to get to a point to where we communicate on a different level. It's like it's automatically like if this don't fit the perception that I need, then it's automatically dismissed. Like one thing I learned
Yeah, good
is
point.
like my snake. One thing I'm learning about snakes are very how can I say this? They are very they different. Like my snake is very different. Like the way I might have talked to my dog or my cat or even my fish. My fish respond in a way. I don't know. Like my thing is I like to connect with my animals. Like me and my snake have staring contests all the time. It's so weird. It's so
That's
weird.
great.
But snakes are master observers. Like if you think about it, they don't have many natural defenses. They don't have arms. They don't have legs. Then my snake don't have poison. So it's just like if he can't squeeze you to death, he done. Guess who win? See, the thing is, I can blink and not break concentration.
Hmm.
Cause somebody put in the chat who wins. I win every time. I can blink and not break concentration.
Man.
But snakes are master observers, man. We gotta be able to communicate on many different levels. We got to, or else we won't really go as far as we need to.
Yeah. That's so true. Like we have to know what else is around us in front of our faces. You know, like these walls that house me were are wood that came from trees. The the clay is the earth. We have all four elements always surrounding us, always nurturing us. Air, fire, water, earth. Always. And all of these elements not only bind us and nurture us, but they literally are the they're what allows us to examine ourselves fully. And if we don't know how to work with the elements, the very elements that we are made up of, that we are surrounded with, we're going to remain lost. We're going to be remain unknowledgeable of our truest potentials. You know, like animals are just the start. Can you imagine like hearing the walls? You know, like being able to like place your hand. I don't know if you've ever done this, but have you ever placed your hand on like maybe not a wall, right? But like although eventually that would be cool, but like on like a tree or on like a rock or something like that and just felt the time that it had on this earth or felt something that you knew was earth element that was that was that was you were speaking from one solid to another a type of another language that you wouldn't speak to another human. You know, like we were talking about before, how when the gunas break down, a solid may not always communicate the same way with another solid. In between each other, they are different solids, yet they're
Hmm.
both a form.
Um, I made a real good connection with my crystals once I start recognizing them as representatives of the earth element. Only once I gave them that proper um respect, for lack of a better term, that I really, really get to appreciate what they had to offer. Because especially by me not going out into nature as much as I would like to, you know what I'm saying? I got that earth
Mhm.
element. You know what I'm saying? I like house plants. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
like giving these representatives of elements proper respect goes a long way. Like we take a lot of stuff for granted.
Hell yeah.
We take a lot of stuff for granted.
Think about how easily we take running water for granted.
Oh my god.
Oh
Oh my
shit.
god.
Oh shit.
Everything.
Yeah.
Every single thing. Being conscious of our breathing.
Oh, I've been practicing. So, speaking of being conscious of your breathing, this kind of is going to go back to transitioning.
Transitioning. Hmm.
Yeah. So, like when I think I brought it up, but I had a dream about that revealed a lot to me about when we pass on, how to most easily transition. And it came out that we need to, at the point of death, you connect to your astral body right before you go, so you don't, because one of my fears is the suffocation at death. Like, that idea just kind of sucks. So I've been doing, so like my roommate was the one who started doing breath work when he would meditate, and like let his breath out for as long as it would, and then just like hold it there and get familiar with the struggle. Again, being aware that like this is a struggle, but becoming more at peace with it. And so I thought, wow, I should do that. And started, and um I started creating new experiences with my breath. So, and from that practice, I'm I am developing a new relationship with my breath, because no longer when I breathe in and out am I always unconscious. A large part of it I am. A large part of my day, I still go throughout the day without always thinking about my breath. But there are more times than not, no, there are just more times that I'm aware of how much I'm taking in and the intention I have with it and the relationship I have with it as it leaves. And that alone is changing my perspective and my environment that surrounds me.
I was going to say, you're changing the way of thinking.
Yeah, just by becoming aware of my breath in all my situations. If I start getting stressed out, I think, wow, where's my breath right now? And my breath goes, and so I release it and I let it all out. And even when it's out, I hold it for like a couple seconds just to, again, develop a new relationship with the struggle so I can accept it and detach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one thing to be sitting at home comfortable and focus on your breathing, but it's another thing to be out in the world.
And apply it.
Yeah, even if you're just walking down the street, like
Yeah.
when I walk, I give praise to the trees. I greet the trees, and I take some of that good oxygen that's out there, man. Because I look at it like this: like while we on this plane, like you got to appreciate it, man. Because if I don't know how these words is going to be perceived, but if you take away this life, like you can't necessarily just get it back. Not this version of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like it's sad to me because like neighborhoods where I grew up at and stuff like that, like life is not valued.
Yep.
And it is not about just being stuck with the worldly ties and shit like that, but it's about like just just being able to have that consciousness merge with, you know what I'm saying, the physical body and experiencing this plane. Like it's not valued, and it's sad. It's so sad, man.
And that's where I think, we have to go back to earlier to what Travis was saying was what's in your sphere of availability to assist and what's not. Like, I know the
Mhm.
majority, 99% of the kids who I work with are going to go home to the same fucked up environment, and everything that we've done to help them is going to go to shit because their parents suck ass, right? They suck ass. I'm good. My Raja is coming out because we're dealing with kids, and I hate seeing kids suffer. And these kids got issues, and I know it's not their fault. I know it's because of their parents, and they're going to go back to that same shit, and it's probably going to end up worse. They'll probably end up in juvie, or a lot of them end up in DCS again, or they end up in the hospital because they get the shit kicked out of them, something like that.
And the
And
sad part is that their parents probably grew up with limited experiences and limited
yep,
access to certain things. So it's like it's a never ending circle
exactly.
to a
And so you
certain
have to
degree.
wonder, exactly. And so you have to wonder, like, well, what's my sphere of, what can I do? And the reality is that you're just the lamppost. You shine your light as bright as you can, and you let them, and you allow themselves to envelop themselves in it. Shine the light bright enough so they can, so then they can see if they want to, their next
I,
step.
it's one man. It's one thing to give a man a fish, but it's another thing to teach him how to fish. Like
Yeah.
you can't tell a person to change how they eat if you don't give them a different alternative to how they eat. So with that
Right.
being said, like when it come down to kids, like my big picture for kids is actually for them to have somewhere to go. Because
Yep.
growing up where I grew up, the library was a daycare center. You know what I'm saying? The local
Mm-hmm.
library was a place where we went and got free lunch in the summertime. They had after school, you know what I'm saying, book reading clubs and all of that stuff. Like one thing is like these kids is into this shit because they don't have no alternatives. Like I can go to 100 schools and stand on the podium and preach, and that might reach one or two, and that one or two might reach another one or two, and you know that's progress. But it's another thing for them to have somewhere to go from 3 o'clock to 10 o'clock, because a lot of times these kids can't go home because their parents aren't even at home. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Like
Oh yeah.
so it was like we, not we, but we, me, myself, and I, the holy trio, we gotta we gotta be available for them,
Yes.
more than just, you know, hey, do your homework, stay in school, eat your vegetables. Like these kids really need somebody they can hold on to.
Yes.
They need a place to go to where they don't feel like they have to have all these different personas or try to meet requirements that's unmatchable, unattainable.
A place where they can feel safe.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's just a room, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That can hold 30 kids. Like if like I was involved in the after school program where we provided, you know, a safe space for them to study and for them to um you know have food, all types of little stuff that came along with that. You know what I'm saying? And it was ran we got funding from a nonprofit, and the person who requested the grant was a lunch lady from my old elementary school. At this time I was a high school intern at a community development company. And like I said, they went through the nonprofit, the community development company, and got a grant to run this program, and just to see the progress. So at that time, the local library had um, students from the college coming to have a tutor program. So it was like so much. I seen so much change in these kids when they had people putting in the time.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's totally right. I mean, what you're talking about is essentially community centers.
And that's a dying thing. I don't know
It
about
is.
where you from, but that's not the same. And a lot of times the local rec centers and stuff like that, they ain't nothing but just neighborhood hubs for unruly kids to hang around.
I know.
But the thing is, where do you draw the line? Like especially for you know, by the rec being city property, like there's only but so much they can do as far as telling kids, hey, you can come, no, you can't come. You know what I'm saying? But there needs to be something in place. Ain't no magic answer.
No, there isn't. And that's where you have to determine what's in your ability. Like for mine at the moment, I've looked into starting community centers and it's tough business.
It
But
is.
but what I have done is taken all of the research that I have of houses or other places, and I myself have also I don't offer up my personal place because I've done that before, and uh that may be something that you want to have for the outside. But
Mm,
as far as being someone who they can talk to and being someone where they'll know that you have their back and that you'll look after them is huge.
it is.
Like, and that's a start, but that's where, yeah, that question comes in as to where attachments go, right? Like, I really want to help out all of these, this community, but I'm within a community that doesn't want to do shit. So, like, where is my real sphere of availability? Am I working on self limitation? Am I, to which point is, like, where does my reality extend? Where can my sphere of influence extend? And I think that's where that inner work really comes in, because at least from what I found, that shit is the steps are finally becoming clearer once I just sit with myself and meditate with where I'm at, because my decisions become clearer, because I'm able to see through things.
Peace be
And
still.
right, I'm able to connect to Shakti and to see what dance she's doing so I can navigate more clearly through this murkiness.
Mm.
Um,
Well, I applaud you on the work that you're doing.
I
And
applaud
it's
you on yours too. I mean, I think we both have, and I don't think that we're alone. I think it just feels alone sometimes, especially
no
because there's so
doubt.
much.
Hmm.
I mean, and that's contrast too, right? At some point, we have to accept that that's part of the contrast. That's part of the paradox that we live in. Like, we can't heal the whole world. That's not our purpose.
No, but there is a healing frequency, and we
There
can
is.
definitely tap into it. That's for sure.
Yes. Yes. And I look at the yogis, right? And they're so
Hmm.
detached and all that kind of stuff. But they're they don't even, like, they go outside of the ashrams to help kids everywhere and all this kind of stuff, and they just lead, and then they like lead meditations and they reach hundreds of thousands of people and they change their lives by doing what I'm trying to push for, like, total action, like, we need to open this up right now, blah blah blah, blah, and they're sitting still.
You
And
can't control the waves of the ocean. You just got to navigate them.
yeah, there's a lot
That's
of songs
freestyle,
about
y'all.
that.
I just made that up, so don't nobody be using my stuff on Instagram. I'm gonna be watching.
They already
Damn,
did.
damn, they taking notes, huh? Go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off, man.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. No, this is good because we're getting to the heart of attachment. We're getting to the heart our of our personal attachments, of our personal journeys, of our struggles, of of the karma that we are emitting and transmitting. And not the negative or positive or anything like that, but simply the effects and causes and all that. We're really taking a deep dive into that kind of thing. And I think that that's what we need to do, especially as members of this society that we're already acknowledging is not real. On any level. And we have to redefine all of these things. Oh my God, we have so much work to do.
I think it's just enough.
Good point. It is just enough.
Because I feel like I could be doing so much more.
Yeah.
But,
And yet we're told to wait.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I was just saying, and yet we're told to wait. Or yet we, things are lining up along the path. And we just have to roll with it.
Yeah. I'd rather be a step ahead than a step behind, though.
I agree. Me too. But maybe we already are.
That's why I said it. Who we got in here? Trav somewhere baking brownies.
I know.
We got KJ in the building. We got Hakati, Veronica. Is anybody in the chat? Has anybody checked on the chat? Somebody chiming in.
There's Amar.
Y'all are wild on still.
Super tapped in. He looked different. You was on TikTok?
I look different? I was on TikTok?
Yeah, was you on TikTok? What was you doing?
Nah, I just went out with my homie.
Oh, you hit the ganja.
Oh, yeah, I've been hitting that shit.
You been hit that shit. What profound insights can we get from you, sir?
Yeah, I feel like I'm this faded on the wires all the time. Like, I don't think today's any different. That's different shit.
We just trying to tap in, man. That's all. We chilling.
I was talking to Mike earlier, and we seen that the live was still on. I was like, what?
Yeah, we had to restart it. YouTube caught on. After 12 hours, they'll cut it off.
Oh, shit.
It just made a new one.
Like, all right, we ain't paying you for nothing past 12 now.
We need to make this just like a 24-hour channel.
What's up?
Basically, already is.
Basically. Yeah. It's like live occult chats.
Right.
Wait,
I need to.
They got
Let's not do that.
Do they have dispensaries out in Tucson?
Oh, yeah. And it's recreational.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's recreational. So you can go in with your driver's license and just.
I mean, that's how it is in California, too. But.
Oh, yeah. You're in California. Yeah. Tucson, same thing.
It's been like that. So, yeah, but.
It's like that in Las Vegas, too. I'm just kidding. I just wanted to step in.
No,
I'm all like, that's great. Yeah, no, yeah. It's available out here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, everyone in
What's good, Mike?
Yo, what's good? I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back, all right?
Okay.
Trav been holding that Rock Nation sign this whole time.
I've been tapping into the mudras.
Ooh.
No, but yeah, I'm gonna know for sure tomorrow, like what day I'll be able to come out.
Cool.
Yeah.
Take plenty of pictures.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, some beautiful places, man.
Can I come? That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
Arizona's lit too.
Hey, we're gonna
Amar,
turn
you-
it. This is the Travis Nash. That's it's,
Amar, you're gonna love it
everyone.
out there, bro. In Arizona, I'm telling you.
Have you lived out there?
Nah, I used to go out there a lot.
Oh hell yeah.
Man, this dude KJ been everywhere. You ever been to Ohio? I think you did say something about Ohio before.
I ain't saying nothing about Ohio, buddy. I don't know what the
my
hell they
bad,
got to
homie.
offer up there. I'm just kidding, dog. I'm just kidding.
My bad.
I drag shit just to be funny, bro.
No, it's cool, man.
I've been to Hawaii. I've been to Haiti. I've been to Dominican Republic. I lived in Florida, Connecticut, New York, Vegas.
Yeah.
Notice how you didn't say Ohio?
Listen, I didn't know about Ohio till I was like 23.
You only 24.
I'm 26. I'm about to be
My
27.
bad. I owe you a
How you
couple
gonna tell
birthday
me? How you gonna
presents.
tell me Kervin's age? You don't even know Kervin, homie. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, bro.
Amar, did your tassel fall off?
Nah, these are the tassel, yeah. That shit fell off a long time ago.
You must have been doing some hard ass mudras, man.
Right. One day that shit just came off. I was like, oh. Yeah.
I got the body
I
tone.
might have to get one with a higher quality.
I think it's because I like picked it up from the tassel, and then that shit just
Sling
not
it.
good.
Yo, you know what's the funny thing? My homeboy was trying to talk to me this week. This dude was like, he's like, man, I've been on my Buddha stuff, bro, the middle path. And I'm like, oh, word. I was like, okay, what's the middle path to you? He's like, man, you know, enjoying things of the flesh so I can go to the strip club.
What? What'd he say?
Okay.
He's like, look, man, it's all a part of the cycle, bro. I'm just playing my part. You know what I'm saying? I want to see something. They want money. That's the middle path. I'm not judging myself. I'm like, why, dude? As long as that's where you find moksha, bro. That's all up to you.
I guess he's not wrong in that respect, right?
No, wait, I used the wrong word. I said moksha. You're creating karma doing that. But yeah, he's not wrong in his own perspective, you know?
Not a center for subscribing to several OnlyFans accounts.
Oh, shit.
Giving back.
I mean, I can connect you with a Reddit for so you don't gotta pay.
That nigga is cost efficient.
Wait, you said what?
So I've come across some of the ones I pay for. It's not about that. Same concept as going to church. You know, you pay the tithes even though you see the pastor driving around in a Mercedes Benz from the church's money.
You still got that word though.
It's a duty unto God, not the pastor.
You know what I'm saying? Praise Shakti. Stop playing. All forms.
Lies have been told.
I wonder if you could get a taxes from that. You could just say, you know, you're studying the yoni. This is for your business.
Studying the yoni. That's what I'm gonna put on the tax return.
I'm leaving. Fuck that.
I'm telling you, bro.
I don't know if I want to go through the trouble.
Yeah, it's about to get weird.
All right, this is Stacy Waters from the scene. I just want to clarify a few things. So it says here on your form, so this is for studying the yoni. Could you give me some detail on that?
Instant audit.
Well, here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing. You can pass information to anyone, right? So even if they're not gonna intake it and understand the pearls that you are throwing at them, you still did your job and got taxes reduced. Educate them on what the yoni is, man. They saying all over Instagram. They should know.
Right. Studying the yoni.
You gonna have the lady laughing on the phone talking about it's the yoni for me. Let me stop.
It's the yoni for me.
Earlier you were saying some stuff, and I don't know why. The ghetto side of me was like, that's on Vivekananda.
Hey, that's on Vivekananda. You feel me?
Oh shit.
That's on Big Nanda. But you can't say that because they're all Nanda, right?
That's on all Nandas, you know what I'm saying?
That's on all the Nandas I know. Word. That's on Nanda.
That's all Nanda. There you go.
Happy
Yo,
birthday.
what y'all been up to?
What you been up to, Mike?
Yeah, that's the easier question.
Shit, man, I just came back from Atlanta, bro. Fucking took a little small vacation and have met some people. And shit, now I'm heading back now. I'm in Shreveport, Louisiana, so I'm heading back to Texas and everything. But yeah, I just been chilling, man, just to get my mind right, and then get back to the swing of things. Hearing a lot of interesting things have happened just in the past week or so. So how y'all been?
Wait, you drove out there, or you're flying?
I drove out and drove. What the fuck? Drove out there. Fucking drove out there, bro. That's on
This man
Nanda.
talking
That's
about
on
like past, future
that's
tense.
on that's on Nanda. I drove out there, yo.
That's all past and
Drove out
future
there.
tense. He talk about the
Word.
right now. You know what I'm saying?
Fucking drove, son.
So, anything you learned?
Say what now?
I said anything you learned, anything you observed this week.
The contagious yawn.
Shit, man. I will say this. Yeah, everything is really lining up, the way it's supposed to. And it's very interesting that the stuff Mar was telling me about, and just some things that are lining up in my life, and I'm just learning more to just continue to trust the process, and whether seemingly good or bad, it's just to continue to keep my calm, through it all. So a lot of weird things, I thought this, meeting that I had with this person um, was untimely, but it really was timely. Um, and and we had a lot of I would say, like, I felt like the timing was off to meet this person to get mentorship, but then certain things came out of it that that really was specifically for me and my wife at this time. So it's a little bit a touchy subject. Nothing bad or anything, but I'm really seeing how a lot of things Kristen was talking about is really playing out. Um, it really is. So I'm just learning to trust the process, man. And when Amar was hitting me up about the stuff that he's going through and things that's happening in his life, I was like, wow, man, like, you know, everything that we have been talking about for the past several months, you know, just stuff with our charts and stuff like that, man. It's just, you know, you definitely seen it play out. I just can't wait to get to the level where I'm able to look at the transits and everything and see how the days go and start to plan a little bit better. You know, seeing which energies throughout the year, throughout the days will be best for specific areas of my life to dive into. So that's going to be exciting to get deep into that. But yeah, man, I'm just learning to just detach from this stuff and really just trust the process, whether things happen seemingly good or bad, to know that all the combinations of events that happen are specifically for you at those specific times to get what you need, you know. And but I just enjoyed my little week off and stuff. And I was supposed to be back a few days ago, but we had extended um, the time, and because of that extension, we got certain things that we would have never got if we would have just stayed for the 3 days. So yeah, man, I'm just right now just focusing on getting back and getting back into the swing of things as far as my little routine that I have, and going from there, bro. John, how far are you from Atlanta?
Only about 6 hours.
Oh shit, damn.
Yo, that's how far away I am from Tucson.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Damn.
Wow, look at that.
6 hours.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I didn't even know that state was that fucking big.
I live a lot closer to Florida, honestly. I live right on the water, right on the line.
Man,
Oh
Aunt
shit.
lives in Florida.
I think I probably live 45 minutes from Shango, maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe 2 hours, maybe 2 hours.
Damn, y'all got to meet up, man, because it seemed like Amar is getting able to being able to
Yo,
meet everybody from the group. He's
to
the
be
only
honest,
to
to be
meet.
honest, I think part of my interviews is just gonna be going to everyone and just collecting little like videos type shit.
Hell yeah, that'd be dope.
Oh, that's cool.
Real.
Shit, we even got people around the fucking world. You know what I mean? Like,
Wait, Amar, what type of interviews? So you're gonna have like a podcast interview type thing?
I don't know if it's like a podcast. I feel like podcast is too formal for me. like, well, I want to just be able to like do whatever I want on screen, but also interview people.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, basically like a podcast, but like,
Like a
Like,
traveling
like,
podcast,
podcast.
you're basically saying you just don't want a set location.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I'm trying to do the same thing. I have a homie out here that I'm gonna do it with, but it's gonna be a mixture of like basically like making no excuses towards anything that people want to do in life, you know, just in a way, just talking about like it's giving people, helping people become detached, but I'm gonna apply it in their language basically through like journeys of success. And I'm gonna want to bring like monks, business people, sports people, people that are doing their passion and making 60K a year and they're just literally happy type stuff. So it's just like impact any and everybody at the same time and show them in a way that there's no difference. It's just we see the difference in money and possession, but that does not mean that the person, you know what I'm saying? So these are the type of things in my podcast with my homie that I want to do.
That's good.
Yeah, that's dope. That's fucking dope.
Hell yeah.
Have you
That's
seen
so
like
in line with your Vedic.
You said what?
Wasn't that exactly what Kristen was talking about when she was breaking
So,
down
like,
your nakshatras or whatever?
Everything in my Vedic, so like Navamsha, the D10, the birth, all that stuff says work from home, then be in public. Then I have another one that says that has K2 in the 11th house. So it's just being in the passionate stage that I could get all that type of stuff. But like, I don't care for fame. I really don't. I just want a message to be sent out. Then in my D10, I have Rahu in the 3rd house with Mercury. So speaking. But then also like the 8th house Rahu, I'm into stocks. And then 5th house Rahu on my moon chart is also like stocks and different stuff. So yeah, all this stuff is like in there.
Yeah. Have you seen the interviews by what's his name? Nardwar? I think it is. Like Narwhal.
He's so awkward but dope.
Yeah, bro. Basically, like he's my inspiration, bro. Like, cause you know how it's like the show is basically about him. So it's like he doesn't really do a podcast, but he does interviews.
Yeah.
It's like the questions he asks are so fucking good. Like, I mean, like they're personal to the whoever he's interviewing.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
So it's
you
like,
ever seen that? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say I want to like combine that with like a podcast, but it's like more of that. If you get what I'm trying to say.
I get
like,
you. I think you want to bounce in between. Like sometimes you could have like, I think like interviews are like, wait, no, they don't have no time limit. So yeah, no, actually, yeah, interviews. My fault. Just basically a content creator. That's it.
Yeah. That's
you
what,
ever
like,
seen that the interview? Like there's something on YouTube just called The Interview, and like they'll talk to they'll have some, I don't know what he claimed, but it was just a spiritual dude, and he'll talk to like all the rappers and stuff like that about their personal stuff. Like Rich Homie Quan had a deep interview. He changed for like 3 months. He got a little spiritual for 3 months, but then he ran right back. It's very interesting. You should watch that to see how these people think.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that.
Talking about Vlad or no?
You said what? No, not Vlad. It's like it's like a spiritual dude. He acts. I don't even know the idea of what they say spiritual is, I guess.
Well, if you come up with the name of it, let me know, cause
I got you. I'll put it in the chat. You find it.
I'd be interested in seeing some of these artists from a different perspective, but we just constantly fed the same stuff over and over.
Oh, sorry. It's called The Therapist.
I think I might have seen that. The therapist.
It had what's his name? Prodigy on there before he died too.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've seen that channel. A lot of people end up opening up on that channel, man.
Yeah. Prodigy
Definitely.
one was crazy too, and he died. Like the dude said, yo, chill out with this stuff, release the information that you feel like you know, it's causing you a lot of stress.
Yeah.
I'll drop the link.
Oh shit, yeah. I think I've seen some episodes from here actually. Yeah. But also, like, I'm not gonna lie, like the main reason for like the channel is like for my like so I could like interview people that I've been watching, you know, so I could like ask my own type of questions and just like get in their head more. Like that's like the real reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean the book that Travis recommended, that was like part of it. Like one of the steps was to like basically like interview people that you looked up to the whole time.
One of the archetypes to choose from. If you stick to those archetypes, it makes this game a lot easier.
Yeah. You definitely get through that.
It's like Trav says stuff, and then it's like you're just thinking he's gonna say more, and it's like, man, fuck, say it. I'm just kidding.
Well, I sent it to you like just before he said it. So that's that city at work again. Facebook Messenger.
Oh fuck! You like what the fuck?
I'm used to it by now, man.
Yeah, I should be used to that too.
life. What's the point?
Sorry, I don't have Facebook on my phone.
Oh, okay, that's why you didn't. Okay, yeah.
I've been off social media. I think I have that book. Hold on. Nah, I got .com secrets. Okay.
Part
You said what?
is part 2.
Expert Secrets is part 2 or .com?
.com secrets is part 1.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey KJ, who you put your money on in the staring contest? I need to know.
And the what?
I said, who would you put your money on in the staring contest?
With your snake?
Pause.
Yeah. What?
Between who?
He was talking about a staring contest that he has with his snake earlier. And I was like, who wins? And he said he wins. I was like, okay.
Well, we're gonna have an annual staring contest showdown or something on the majors YouTube.
I think John will win because he does the whole fucking print shit. So he can stay like that forever.
He really gonna win once he can start shooting them beams out his eyes.
Right?
Bro, this man, you know how much techniques? He's ahead of us by 1,000 techniques, man. I bet he could stare with him for 5 minutes without blinking.
Oh man. Practice, right?
All you gotta do is blow in his eye. Shit to dry out. He'll blink.
My only weakness. Awful breath. Hot breath. Hot human wind. My only weakness.
Not human. What the fuck?
That's how the deserts feel like, man.
Yeah, it does actually.
I always
He's
used to
not
say that. I'd
lying.
be feeling like the devil is like speaking to everybody disrespectfully, like, damn, bro.
You open your door and you just get a heat wave.
But it's not as bad as Florida, though. It's way more humid out there.
Yeah, that's how it was in Delaware too. Holy shit. I would just be sitting there and just sweat pouring.
Where?
Delaware?
Who would think that Delaware is hot?
Right.
Wait,
Well,
what the
It's
hell is a
surrounded
Delaware?
by water.
I did.
Where's Delaware at?
When I was younger, Delaware is like
On the ocean.
right
Where's it?
below or to the side of Maryland, Pennsylvania, like all those places. In Delaware is like kind of off to the coast a little bit.
Yo, you don't hear anything about Delaware. Just like you don't hear anything about like Vermont and shit and fucking Maine.
That's
Yeah.
right.
That might be the
Vermont has
places where we
cheese,
need to
right?
be.
Huh?
Vermont has cheese,
That's true.
but Delaware, I mean, I stopped hearing about Delaware in like middle school, I think, because something
Hey,
happened.
you know
I
what
think-
though? Bob Marley lived in Delaware.
I
Every
think Joe
year we have the
Biden from
People's
Delaware.
Festival.
What's in Delaware? Because I've only been to Delaware like once when I was younger. And I
Joe
went to
Biden.
Dover.
Well,
Joe
I mean,
Biden's
I
in
used to
Delaware.
be in Delaware, and then
Yeah.
That said Joe Biden.
Damn.
And the seafood boil. You got
Cab
seafood
Calloway
boils
used to
and
live
Joe
in
Biden.
Delaware. Cab Calloway was from Delaware. Bob Marley lived in Delaware. I don't know. Delaware has got like, people who used to be there.
Mm.
Like Ohio.
Like, does the state
God.
produce anything? Like, is it known for producing anything?
Yikes.
Well, the DuPonts
Yeah.
own that shit. So it's like oil companies everywhere. It's disgusting.
Really? Oh,
Which
okay.
sucks because Delaware is beautiful. Like when I was a kid, we used to have vines that we could swing from into the creeks and all of that. And there's beautiful waterfalls. It's gorgeous. Wild
grew up in
blackberry
Delaware?
bushes. Yeah, I did.
Hmm.
Yeah. I was
You know
on
how
and
like
off.
every state has something to it, like Wisconsin, that 70s show. Delaware. I don't know what.
Delaware has like Wayne's World.
Oh shit! Fucking Wayne's World.
Remember? They're like, we're in Delaware, and then that was it. And like, they moved on. Yeah, that was it. But yeah, I grew up in Delaware, and then I moved out to Tucson by accident, and then I ended up like staying in Tucson, and then I left and went to like East Coast for a bit, and then came back after a stint in Europe. But yeah,
Hey.
How's the like culture out in Tucson? Or like where you're at?
majority is Mexican. Um, where I live is, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I don't really interact with people too much over here. I do a little bit, but I mean, and there are like some interesting people, but yeah, it's like I don't know how to describe it.
Are
I don't know how
there
to describe it.
are there parks with basketball courts over there?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
and skate parks and all that kind of stuff.
I'm trying to hoop. What's up?
Yeah, hey, let's hoop.
Yeah, there's stuff around for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh shit! It's about to be lit.
Amar, I could only tell you about the party culture out there.
Oh, there is?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh man.
Springtime, Lake Havasu.
In my sun Mercury Dasha, this not good. Oh man.
Yeah.
Shit.
Big mushrooms.
Oh Lord, do you like do like any psychedelics out there?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
there's people that do.
okay.
Oh
There's definitely
shit!
people that do
Ah,
psychedelics.
shit.
Bro.
All
Oh
right.
shit!
Don't forget they have the Tantra school out there too.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
next
there's a really big community of like yoga and all that kind of stuff out here. So there's a lot of plugs, but you just have to know where to look. I'm not as hip to all that.
I'm the plug. I'm about to plug them. Shit.
Do
Hell
it.
yeah!
Hell yeah, you are.
But nah. But yo, that's lit.
Oh no, this one's in Phoenix.
Yeah.
Don't they call Arizona the Sun State or something like that?
Yeah. It's a big state.
I need
Dang,
to
they ripped off Florida. We called the Sunshine State.
I need to get somewhere where ain't no snow. That's what I need.
Oh,
Yo,
that's
come out
definitely
to
like
Cali,
Arizona
bro.
or Florida.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm scared of Cali. I don't.
How far is Phoenix from Tucson?
Like an hour.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit!
Well, I
Yeah,
thought
look
there's
up
ways further.
Samananda. Amar, look up
Samananda?
Samananda Tantra School. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'll be an hour drive is nothing.
That's nothing, yeah.
That's like one lecture.
Yeah.
That's how I'd be like timing my drives. I just thought how many videos I could get through.
And I used to make a playlist like so it fills up all the minutes.
Yeah. I mean, I even like took one like I got the idea from like when you talked about like how the tree of life is like use that as like files and shit. So it's like now I've made like specific folders for communication. So it's like if I get like a message, it'll be like I'll know to like look in this folder in this video, and then I'll listen to that video again, and I'll like get like another insight to it or something. And that's why I'll be saving like random videos too. Like, oh, like I'll just get the hunch to put this video in this folder. I'm like, all right, like keep it there, shit like that.
Do you find that through your study and your practice that your memory is improving?
Yeah. I felt especially, I mean, that, like, especially when, like, I being, like, taught with Shooty and, like, specifically, like, this type of information, like, I think that did something.
Yeah. Especially how, I mean, she talks about the study and practice of Tat Washuti purifies your subtle essence. We're made of these tatwas. Even reading about this thing and practicing it purifies the little bitty aspects of yourself, which
Yeah.
only impacts the whole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
I noticed my memory improving big time.
And then just, like, little, like, shit that is, like, so subtle, I can't even really, like, put it into words. It's like, yeah, I don't even know how to describe
Oh man.
it. Yeah.
I forgot how strange I looked. I went grocery shopping today and I'm usually pretty quiet. I was walking behind this dude and he didn't hear me for the longest time. Like he suddenly turned around so fast and like jumped and shit. It's like, I
Oh.
see you. You walking a little too damn quiet.
Oh shit.
You let me past him and like he just kept staring me down the whole time. Oh man,
Dang.
that was funny. But
Should have
I
gave him a greetings look.
greetings. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just like walking like I'm. It was funny. The way he turned around so fast, like he didn't notice. This is like something clicked. Dude wearing the fucking cape and some damn Buddha beads and shit. The hell is this shit?
Oh,
Shit.
you went out fully dressed, full
Wait, you
Swami
went out
outfit,
like
huh?
cape
The full
Travis?
Swami.
I mean,
You didn't do the
I'll be going
orange
out
though.
with
You
my
gotta get the orange, bro.
He
You
didn't
gotta
like
get
it.
the orange, bro. That's the only thing you miss it.
That's too bright
Get
for
the
me. I
orange,
gotta.
dog. Get the orange. That's too
That's too.
bright.
I'm gonna keep it black. I'm gonna keep it
Wait,
black.
hold on. You were wearing a
What's
cape?
significant of the orange?
Y'all think I do this shit for the ground?
Hey, man. That's hilarious.
He
He
turned
probably
around.
thought you were a vampire.
Listen, this man was.
Niggas,
We were walking to the checkout, right? And he turned around so fast, so suddenly, like it almost surprised me. Like he spun,
niggas said,
he spun
what the
like
fuck in the
he
black
spun.
Harry Potter?
You walking too damn quiet.
Oh shit.
You
That
let me
was
cut in
good.
line. Oh man,
Oh,
it was just funny.
jeez.
He kept 10 feet, boy. He didn't keep 6 feet. He kept 10 feet.
Were you wearing horns too, or no?
The way he spun around, he might have seen him. I ain't never seen a grown ass man twirl like that. Oh, Taki twirl.
Oh shit.
That was amusing. Oh man,
John, do you have a car?
not right now. I don't.
Oh, okay. So you live close to a grocery store then?
Yeah, man. Everything is simplified as possible. I pay
I
one
hear
bill.
you.
I pay one bill.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, and otherwise I get Instacart. They deliver the food right here. I mean, I literally don't need a car. There's no point. It would just be sitting
Right.
in the fucking driveway, rotting
Oh shit.
like my current vehicle. I have one, but I haven't driven it in years.
Damn, whenever you leave that apartment or place where you're at, the etheric pattern that's gonna be there is gonna be so lit. Whoever's gonna live there are gonna just be in their house studying shit.
Oh man. Oh man.
Ain't no sage gonna clear that bitch out.
Nah, hell nah. No.
It's gonna be forming fucking cape clouds and shit.
Oh, shit.
They're gonna create like paranormal documentary off of it. Weird shit was happening.
I'm
They're gonna
fucking
be dreaming
studying
about spiders and shit.
24/7. Hell yeah. Oh man, all the Black Widows gonna congregate at that one place.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
fuck that. That would
Gonna have to be
suck.
student, somebody going to school so they can. I don't know why, but I just love studying right now.
Hell yeah.
And wearing capes. Really love
Okay.
capes.
And the unicorn. I just have this thing.
Hey, fucking you. Oh shit.
Yo, I mean that unicorn thing, that shit took over. That shit was.
No, that cape in the grocery store took over.
For some
Said,
reason, I had the picture in my mind, the cape of Doctor Strange. I don't know why that shit
This
popped up in
nigga's-
my head.
this
For some
nigga
reason, I'm
Travis-
thinking like a Voldemort type thing, bro. Like, what the hell is the black Voldemort?
I mean, it
But
was
wait,
outside,
but
so
wait,
it was practical.
he set us up though. He said, "I forgot how strange I looked." I say, "Wait a minute, what is he talking about?"
Older black gentleman, and you know this is the Bible Belt, so he was absolutely Christian. This man leapt off his feet and spun.
Trav. Hey,
He
Trav,
had the invisibility shit for a second. He didn't even.
That nigga city started kicking in. You lucky he ain't channel Joe Biden on your ass.
Oh, Sleepy Joe. Oh, shit.
Hey, Trav.
Sleepy Joe.
He was gonna put Trav
Trav,
over
if
his
you-
knee.
If you had the hair, if you still had your hair from like 6-7 years ago, that boy would have been scared for real.
Oh shit, real scared. When that shit was permed to the side, dog. Oh hell no. Hell no, not the perm, son. Not a perm in the cape, dog.
It wasn't a
All you had to
perm,
do
it
was-
was a hot comb, nigga.
It was
Hey,
a high
Trav, no
call.
disrespect, bro, but when I saw that picture, bro, the first thing was like, okay, hunty.
So wait a minute, do Amar got the Trav or did Trav have the Amar? That's what I want to know.
You got to see it you had to see it, bro.
That shit was slick, bro. John was real slick.
That was-
John was slick
He
as
had
hell
the-
back in the day,
He
bro.
had the
He
gel
was
down
slick.
sides too.
Them shits was slick, bro.
Eyes were
He
shaved.
was not playing. He was not playing.
Oh, dude.
And the glow, then you had the glow in the dark eyes too, or something like that. You know, them eyes. Oh man, he had the whole shit slick,
That boy had the gloves and all, boy.
real slick. Oh
Trav,
man,
Trav, you fucked me up, bro. You said I forgot how strange I look. I said, where's this dude going with this conversation, man?
Yo, to me, it's like I'm thinking when I got to Walmart, I'm like, damn, why don't nobody else got these Raksha beats on? Like, I'm thinking my shit's normal. I got people like staring at me for like 3 seconds. I'm like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
not. I wouldn't think that they were that. Like I've seen people wear something like this before.
Yeah.
yeah.
Damn, the breeds bring up that much attention.
Maybe
No, I think it's the cape. I think
Yeah,
it was the cape.
man.
I think
It was
he
the-
thought it
The
was like a
dude's gonna turn around,
vampire.
it's the
for
cape.
real.
and this nigga was
bruh.
shooting lasers from his eyes. And
Bro, what does this cape look like? What's the cape look like?
I mean,
Count
It's more like
Like
a.
a
He said,
What call it? Like a shawl.
Count
Like-
Mages. That's what it's
"Oh, okay."
It's Count Mages.
Count Mages.
Count Majora. Count Majora.
One bead.
Greetings.
Heart attack. Count
The Count Strabula.
Count Studier.
Count study. Oh shit.
One
good.
book.
2, 7.
Hey, Trav, let me share the screen real quick, bro.
I
Oh.
did not.
Is it
I
off?
did not expect that, man.
My bad. It's not on screen share. There it is.
Oh, I did not expect that. He said, I
Count
forgot how
study
strange it looked.
Ananda.
Bro, it looks like this. In a way.
Count study Ananda.
Study Ananda.
Yes.
That's the cape.
Study
That's the
Ananda.
cape.
Oh shit.
This nigga was walking through the grocery store. He got ho-hos, Pop-Tarts,
Twizzlers.
Twizzlers.
Twizzlers,
Zebra cakes, all
They
of them.
got bite-sized Pop-Tarts.
Bite.
Yep, I
Yeah.
seen them at the truck stop.
And it was the shareable size too.
Bro, they got Pop-Tart cereal now too.
Oh
Man,
hell no. Damn.
They're making Pop-Tart cereal. They're making honey bun cereal and
I saw that.
what's the brownie sprinkle thingy? That shit cereal.
I'm cool on that shit too.
Damn, I'm about to get some Pop-Tart, bite-sized Pop-Tarts. A brown sugar cinnamon?
Not
Oh,
without a
man.
cape, you not.
I'm about to take this shit with me. Oh.
Oh.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
I was
Hell
close.
yeah.
Oh, nice.
I was
Hell
close.
yeah. That's dope. I actually like that.
It's
And you was just
That's
wearing
dope.
that, just the cape?
just
Fuck around, somebody
Oh,
might
hell
really have a
no,
9
bro.
in there. Hey,
Oh,
you fuck
hell
around,
no.
Trav
Just
might
the
really
cape,
have a
bro.
9mm in there. I'm telling you.
Oh, fuck around to pull out the chaps with that bitch.
oh, hell no. Just
Just don't be ashy, bro. Just don't be ashy, bro. You about to put some lotion on. Don't be ashy with that cape, son.
Just their underwear and shit.
With a fucking
they had Sachinanda just a thong. Just
with fucking uniform Crocs on and shit. Unicorn Crocs.
They love to get pictures like that. They all like, they be doing all the poses and shit.
Oh shit.
they live in
Straight
They be
free.
doing the
thong,
poses and
thong.
everything, bro.
Got the spider legs out.
I'm trying to be
Hell no.
just a detached.
That girl's scandalous.
Unicorn Crocs.
Unicorn Crocs.
That should be dope. That should be dope though. Unicorn
You could just buy
Crocs.
some Crocs and put the
I
unicorn
want the
pin.
Black
You
Diamond
could put
edition though.
the pins on it.
Hell
You
yeah.
gonna put
I
pins
want the
on
Black
Crocs?
Diamond edition.
Like that, you put the unicorn pins on Crocs
Catch me in no
with
Crocs.
the.
Crocs with them legs out.
You got Verona Darshan, you got Top Whitney, and you got Karma.
Sister Shooty right there. That's Sister Shooty.
Look, she rocking
That's
all
what I call her. That's what I call her. That's what I call her for real. A Sister Shooty.
She got
Sister
all black.
Shooty. She got all black. Sister
That's the
Shooty.
top with Swami. You can deck out an all black. See.
She got horns.
Hold on, go back. I missed
She
it.
got horns.
If you want to do top with Shooty, that's when you can rock the all black.
Turn up then.
However, I'm trying to get to this level.
Wait, which one? The one in the middle?
Man, stop playing, man.
Hey,
The most
Nah, he's
freest
trying to
one of
have
them
his
all.
hands on
Look
his
at
dick.
this shit. Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's that top.
It's-
chilling.
He's just
Chilling.
chilling like he's out in his.
He not even here, bro.
Best
He's
life.
not even there. He's not in that picture.
The best life
That's
is
Sri Ramana Maharishi. Like,
Sri
it's
Ramana
just-
Maharishi.
Fuck. I can't. It's not gonna work. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
It's just like this, bro. Like,
Diapers. Straight up diapers on him. Straight diapers.
My nigga got
Some
his whole
Pampers.
Shooty
body out.
diapers. Shooty
Bro,
diapers,
like-
dog.
Beauty. Cleansing.
Not while I'm
you don't give
meditating.
a fuck, bro.
Yo,
Rapid.
Mike, why it sounded like you said shoot 'em diapers? I'm like, what?
Nah, shooty diapers, dog. Shooty diapers, dog. Special edition, man. You got to get to a certain level in your inside not to do this shit, man.
Shooty Pin.
I need to get to that speedo level, boy. That speedo level.
Ooh.
That means you really on it, bro.
Yeah. No attachments, including
Really do this.
Zero. She took everything. Hear that?
Really
Go
do
to, go to
this. You
Walmart.
really about that life,
Hey, go to
homie.
Walmart. Hey, go to Walmart like that.
Oh
You can't
shit.
come in here like that, sir.
I
I
ain't
is
even
not
gonna let
attached to
you
the
do
things that
that.
you are
I
attached
can't.
to.
Anybody ask you what you do? Bhakti, motherfucker. Bhakti,
Mhm.
motherfucker. Bhakti, motherfucker.
Can we call
And just walk off.
seeds? I mean, obviously, this is a religious thing. I mean, can we call security? I'm not sure.
They looking at you like, damn, man, you got your cheeks out, bro. What the fuck?
Lay the clothing aside. Lay it aside.
Lay the clothes.
Hey, look at they ass like, man, you need to transmute your thinking.
Put them clothes at.
I'm gonna see how much the Swami like fit is. The orange Swami fit.
I never went to check. What's it called?
That's all I'm trying to find out. I googled Swami fit, but that shit's not coming up.
You set
Man
yourself up
said
for
Swami
that.
fit.
Man, stop playing.
Yeah, like I don't think you're gonna find that on like eBay.
But I
you
bet you
know?
in 6 months you will be though.
Amazon.
Swami fit.
Man, it's a
I thought he
Chinese
said Swami
hacker.
fitted.
No, he said Swami Fit. That's about to be the new thing for 2023, man. Swami Fit.
Swami
Watch.
fit. Hell yeah.
That's gonna replace all the rest of the rumpers that's left in the world.
Oh man.
Swami Fit. You better corner that shit before somebody start making it, bro. You know how that shit works. You better
Yeezy's
go ahead
gonna
and
make
coin
it
the
next. I'm
phrase.
telling you. Watch, you gonna see Kanye West come out with it.
Man. And he gonna have the Crocs to match.
I think it's just an orange robe. What the fuck?
Yeah, maybe just look up
Orange monk robe.
monk robe. Yeah, that works.
Or we can get some of them suits on Dragon Ball Z.
I bet you there's gonna be like a whole bunch of costumes that show up.
I bet not.
I don't think.
Found a metallic turban. None of these guys wear turbans.
They
Stereotype.
have like Shaolin. What is it?
Shaolin monk.
Yeah, there's Shaolin monk ones.
That's closer. Probably move easier.
Robes, maybe. Buddhist robe. What do you call these guys?
Yeah.
Oh, the ochre robe. OCHRE.
Ochre.
Hey Trav, say that one more time. You said that nigga turned around like you moving too slow. What'd he say? Too quiet.
You walking a little too damn quiet. You wasn't nice. You wasn't nice about it. No southern hospitality. Oh, I didn't see it in you.
Oh shit.
I didn't see it there, young fella. No, you move a little too damn quiet. Oh,
Did you have any thoughts or was you just like blanked out? Like, I wonder what made him turn around like that.
I was doing my mantra on the inside. Om Namah Shivaya the whole time.
Oh yeah. That good Christian spirit was burning inside. It's a devil in his room.
Scared the Jesus out of him.
Fun around. That was funny.
You walking a little too damn quiet.
How could you walk too quiet?
Right though. I hate when people say that shit like you don't say nothing before you walk in the room.
It was my fault.
Wow. Shows a lot of people don't like silence. Silence scares the shit out of people.
I guess it's all on how you dress. If you don't come out looking scary as fuck, he wouldn't have jumped. It's your fault.
He jumped before he saw me though. He twirled. So
That
That
man
nigga
said
spider.
twirled like he
blame
a
it on
That's
me.
the
ballerina.
spider senses. That's what that is.
Idiot. Now that I think about it, I can't even take the credit. He twirled before he saw me. That was on him.
It's the fact that you're using twirl. It's like, damn, bro.
It's all in the hips.
Yeah, Nithyananda said, taking that harataki will make you twirl.
Yo, that's no joke though. That haritaki is no joke. I'm about to take mine.
Y'all ever had Pau Diarco?
Yes.
Can I hear something about it?
I brewed it as a tea, and it tasted all right. It wasn't bad. I didn't like. I heard that when I first heard about it, this woman was using it to treat her cancer.
Damn.
Yeah, because apparently it cures it, or it's one of the components that helps to cure cancer. But yeah, I mean, I didn't have as much as an effect on it as I wonder what it would be like if I tried it now. But yeah, I mean, it was cool. It was just like a big old herbal tea, not the same as haritaki.
I'm convinced anything that don't got a bone in it is good for your body.
Yeah.
Like after a certain point, like when I first got into like smoothies and juicing and stuff, after a certain point, I'm like, man, I'm about to just stop Googling stuff.
Yeah. There's definitely something to just going back to the plant world.
Even if you do eat meat, like it just can't. In my experience, I'm optimum when it's not the biggest portion on my plate.
Yeah.
That's just for me. I don't like
No, I
I
mean, I
heard.
think that's like for humans in general.
I remember Trav saying a while ago. I think that was Trav. He was like, "No, that wasn't Trav. That was I was watching this dude named Brother Yusuf on YouTube. He was like, I don't know if anybody ever saw Brother Yusuf on
Yeah.
New Life
I'm
Oh
pretty
Tools.
yeah. Oh yeah.
sure him.
But he was like, he a big dude. He was like, I still eat meat. I love me some chicken. But I know how to detox. Like, brother, you look like you like chicken.
Brother used to be speaking in third person. Brother used to don't be liking
Yeah.
that type of stuff. That should be funny as hell.
Nah, I
That's
don't
why
know
I
why they
learned.
playing with me,
Yo.
family. Like
That
I'm
He
was
was
eating them things.
he was the one who put me up on the haritaki though. He had a whole video on that shit.
Yeah,
he
Wow.
really
I
be
know he be
talking.
talking about the Pau Diarco. That's where I
Yeah.
got that from. Pau Di. Well, I never tried it, but that's where I got the idea from.
He really be
I
talking
mean,
in first person when he says Brother Yusuf though. Shit. Feel me? 'Cause it's like
But whatever it is, it ain't normal.
I learned a lot from that brother, man. I
Yeah,
haven't watched any of his videos recently, but I learned a lot from him, man.
I got hip to him when I first started having animals popping up in my dream, and then like a day or two later, I was like, man, let me go ahead and Google about spirit animals or whatnot. And then he had just made a video, so I was like, okay, cool. I definitely take this as a sign, as an omen, for sure.
what did he tell you about the animals in your dreams? Or like what did you
Uh,
get from it?
I don't take notes, so it's like I got the message. It kept moving. For real, like when I come across certain information, it's like either I can use it now or I just pack it up for later.
Yeah.
But no, he was just talking about like just how to recognize spirit animals and stuff like that. It's a decent little video. I can send it to you if you want.
Cool, thank you.
You just got to remind me.
All
But
right.
but yeah, though that was a synchronicity that I can definitely appreciate. I learned about tree magic from him.
Oh shit.
Dragon magic.
Yeah, huh?
Dragon magic too.
What?
Yeah, no,
He
Yusuf
got
go
hella.
in, man. Yusuf, brother Yusuf, he definitely is a gem him in itself in himself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised I haven't heard of him. I need to check him out.
Well, when the student is ready.
Oh,
Oh.
No, it was just there. But no, brother Yusuf, he definitely and for a while he was consistent with videos. Like he was very consistent with giving out information.
What's his background? Do you know?
I think he black.
No, I mean. I meant his magical background, man.
No, so
Like who he learned from.
from the I don't know specifically, but I know just to give you a quick little synopsis. He said that he said he I think he said he grew up in the church, and then he basically, long story short, he outgrew it. Like it wasn't like he said he was always the one who would challenge, like, authorities in the church about information.
Hmm.
Um then he said that he was going through some stuff, him and his wife. He tell the story, and you know what I'm saying. He can tell it way better than I can. But
Yeah.
so it's just like he tapped into a lot of shit that I don't know nothing about. Like I was telling Trav, like some of the stuff that these guys was talking about, like I was scared. I was scared, like Goetia and stuff like that, and all this. I was scared. I'm like, man, I'm just looking for peace, love, and light. I wasn't ready for all this stuff. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like I said, 10 times, I was lukewarm coming into I was tiptoeing into the water.
Mm-hmm.
But nah, he definitely got a kindred spirit for sure. Uh, brother Yusuf, he definitely a kindred spirit.
That's cool. I'll have to check him out. I was wondering if he was at all in affiliation with Brother Panic or Bobby Hemmett or Phil Valentine or any of those people.
I know he mentioned uh not Panic. What's his name? Hammett. I think he mentioned Bobby Hammett before. I think.
I would assume so. They all kind of run in the same circles.
all look alike.
Yeah. You say what?
They all look alike.
You was funny, man.
I learned a lot of my. I mean, yeah, I learned a lot of my shit from Panic.
I used to be scared of Panic on the beginning of my journey. For one, that the Baphomet and shit like that used to scare the heebies out of me. And then his delivery was undigestible in the beginning. But
I
now I
loved his
understand.
delivery. Like that shit. Like
Like
that's
I love it
he's
because
basically one of the first people that I got to.
he like from his perspective, it's like, I'm not here to like you. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to do a job.
Yeah, and not only that, like he would cuss the fuck out. Like he would just start cussing at the camera for like 15 minutes. Like just like
I was
His rants used to be funny though. Like,
Oh man.
somebody would ask him a question, he'll be like, "You lazy motherfucking nigger." I'll be like, "Damn, bro,
Yo, because
chill."
some of the questions are like, man, you could Google that shit. Like, I'm, yeah, like, man. But yeah,
But yeah, though, I just got finished not reading, but listening to one of his lectures on the ethereal plane.
oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I'm trying to I can't say that I've like overcome certain things, but right now, like I think I need to put that together because I've been having some experiences over the years though, not just recently, but over the years. I've been having some experiences that I don't really have no root foundation in. So
Yeah, have you seen his one? What's it called? The mysteries of light. I think it is. It's like 4.5 hours.
no, no, if you can
That's a real mysteries of light. That's a real good one. He's in like a white T-shirt in that one. I
I
seen that
want to
I've
one.
see
seen
this.
parts of that, but I've never seen the whole. I've never seen all of it.
Did you see the rise of the black man? He had something like Shaktiv and Shooty or something like that in the title.
Mm-mm.
And he got a new one that came out recently without like within a month or so. You know what? I need to be making notes of all of this shit. What was the one that you said,
Miss.
Amar?
Let me find out the title for sure.
And then I'm about to go to his
And also
page
his
too.
like his Inception breakdown and his Batman one is real good. I mean, I've watched all of them.
Anybody seen that movie called Tenet yet?
Yeah,
Man, that is a crazy movie. I
but
love it.
What's it called? What's it called?
Tenet.
Tenet.
Tenet, Mike.
Tenet.
That's what I told you to watch.
I
The
think I don't know if I did see that movie. I have to go back and. It sounds very familiar. Probably because you told me to watch it. That's why.
Brother Panic 2021. Return of the Black Masters. Hail Kalima.
oh yeah, I seen that one.
Was it good? I know I see it short.
Yeah, I mean it was cool. I thought it was like I think it was like him basically just like kind of ushering in the new energy, I guess, new
Yeah, I
age.
wanna.
Yo, Amar, were you talking about the light mind evolution?
No, it's called. I linked it in the chat. It's
Yeah, let
called
me go ahead and snatch that.
Brother Panic Drop Science of the Mysteries of Light.
Mysteries of Light. I ain't hip.
I mean, business in the chat said Youssef learned some of his knowledge from Dr. Mitchell Gibson, but in recent years there was a bit of controversy surrounding Mr. Gibson. I'm not familiar with Mitchell Gibson.
No, and what's the controversy? You can't just give us a little bit.
Yeah, you might have to go in on that. I mean, business.
What are some other good ones?
Yeah.
Oh, his I Self Am Lord and Master one, where he does an interview with someone on the phone. That's a good one.
What is called?
It's called I Self. I think it's called like Islam equals I Self Lord and Master.
Mm.
Oh,
Oh,
oh shit! I think I remember that one. Maybe not.
So y'all want to get together and have like a panic listening party or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, I love it when he dances. That shit is
I never
hilarious.
seen Panic twerk. I'm okay on that.
Word.
Oh, he
You
doesn't
don't
Yeah,
you
twerk.
don't
because
He
in
want to
does
see
his
him
like a
twirl.
little like
You don't want to
head.
see him twirl. We don't want to see
No.
Panic twirl. Remember what happened last time? We saw Panic twirl. We got more than Haritaki.
I don't want to
More than
see no man
Haritaki.
twirl.
No,
No
he was
twirling.
dancing. All jokes aside, he was really dancing though.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
what's
yeah,
up.
he dances in his Psych Astra video he has.
Yeah. He doesn't, he doesn't like stand up fully, but it's fucking hilarious.
stands up
Is
like
the
this.
energy moving though?
It is. It's the energy for sure.
I mean,
The
I would say,
Kundalini.
I mean, I take this class is pretty good experience.
Say that again, Amar.
I said, I think his class is a pretty good experience.
Yeah, man.
But
I
I
love
also
this.
think there's like, it's like he says it in his specific way, but it's not something that we haven't learned already. But he has his
Right.
own way of like wording it and shit.
Mhm.
Right.
That reminds me of what Arius said earlier, how we kept getting excited about how we keep finding Vedic shit everywhere. And he said because that's all there is. There ain't nothing else to learn. That's why we keep seeing the same shit.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
No lies. That's why we keep seeing it pop up everywhere. Mike,
And that's
earlier,
why I knew, like, knowing like how many hours I spent like listening to Brother Panic. I'm like, yo, like he's had to like read Vivekananda because some of this shit is like the verbatim shit. I'm like, yo, Vivekananda says the same shit. I'm just like, he's had
Wow.
to be in here.
we were going through Vivekananda a lot today. Found out in the midst of it from Tree Marie that it was his birthday yesterday.
Oh
Turn up.
wow.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Wow.
Going through Jnana Yoga, man, it's so much that Dion Fortune took out of there for Mystical Kabbalion. It's insane. There's so much stuff in there from Mystical Kabbalah, excuse me. There's so much stuff from the Kabbalion. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that I don't know. It's as if this dude went to Europe and like taught all of them how to be spiritual.
Damn.
Yeah.
I wonder what was the, I don't want to say motivating factor, but how was the Indian culture able to preserve this for so long when a lot of the cultures that we um, have, talk about, like, how can I put this? Um, like what did the Indian culture do differently to preserve this knowledge for so long that a lot of other cultures who fell, um, they didn't stick to it, and they were just the one culture that stuck to it.
I mean, it's other cultures that overcame the shadows that was cast over them, but we just don't hear about it a lot.
Hmm. Hmm.
But that's probably
Yeah.
the biggest one. But the Indian history is very, very unique. Um, I don't know if y'all ever heard of the Sikhs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, just like the whole Sikh integration with the Northern Indian, with them traveling from the Middle East to Pakistan and all of that stuff. Like India, they got a very interesting history. Like them being able to, do what they did against the Europeans. I don't know, man. They got an interesting history, man.
I think a lot of it was because they were able to maintain a strong political hold and military, and they were strong economically too. Like they were able to remain independent enough. Like they were just able to kind of keep up with that, Not saying that people over here weren't or nothing, but I think that because I've also heard that India has different shades to it, right? Like there are parts of India that would remind you a lot of America. There's parts of,
Mm.
and there's parts of India. But then there's the spiritual India, then there's the India for tourists, then there's the
Oh,
India, you
they
know.
definitely got crime and stuff like that too over there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So like I think that, what we look at, we're looking at it from the viewpoint of we're looking at spiritual India, but we're not looking at
Hmm.
the whole of India.
Hmm.
And I think that would be the same way if they were to look at the natives over here. You know, they'd be looking at the spiritual aspects or whatever of North America, but not seeing. Yeah, it's kind of like the same thing. But India is like, but yeah, India has a different history, and it had different, and it made different movements, political movements that put them in the position where they are today.
Mm. Mm.
I think it got a lot to do with what Trav was saying about the reason why they was able to get so deep into the the I won't say religion, but they reached a certain level that a lot of societies didn't reach.
Yeah, that's
Mm.
true.
As far as like being able to practice and document what they had going on. So I think that, because I guarantee it's a lot of stuff that didn't make it.
Yeah.
I mean, if we got this much, imagine what we don't have.
Mm.
Yep.
Mm.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, and I think it helped too by the surrounding areas. Like, not only was that kind of like a hot spot for spirituality, but all the surrounding areas were also supporting that.
Hmm.
Mm. Mm.
Wait a minute.
A lot of the deeper levels of their practices weren't shared outside of the boundaries until recently.
Mm.
A lot of the exoteric aspects were, but the stuff that we're looking at, particularly now, didn't really leave India until people like Vivekananda left around that time period in late 1800s.
So, what are you guys learning more about Vivekananda? Because I know that he's somebody that's been coming up a lot more lately. Um, what things have you? I know I kind of felt this sense of him being like a somewhat of a rebel, but not more for like he has a heart, like he would question gurus or something like that, or the people that he was following, but it was permitted because he actually was trying to learn or something like that. That's just from the little bit that I've learned about him. What other things have you guys been learning about him?
Well, he smoked a lot of dank.
Oh shit.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Learned that he came to America and he taught, he went to India, the UK and America, and he taught classes. Um, he taught both beginners classes and advanced classes. And the Yoga book specifically, I learned that there was a dude who rewrote the same book and tried to sell it at the same time as him. Um,
Mm.
and they tried to republish it a few times, and the chapters went out of order. But I recently found that the edition that's existing now is a bit out of order, and there's a way that you're supposed to read it from beginners classes to the advanced classes. But anyways, that to say that yeah, they were already trying to hack his stuff while he was living and teaching.
Damn.
But he was a huge part of bringing the deeper aspects of yoga, the Vedanta.
It's 5 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine.
Mm.
Direct influence on Crowley and the Beatles and all them.
Wow. Damn.
Why do Crowley get this bad name, or is it? I don't know, because Crowley. I haven't looked into him, but it's just like the propaganda of Crowley is like it's like he was like it sounded like he was one of the dudes who got people to drink the Kool-Aid. Like what
Sort
was
of. He was big into sex magic.
oh R. Kelly.
Oh, that's
Damn. Did y'all get kicked off?
crazy.
What?
But yeah, a lot of the rituals in like the OTO books and shit like that, they be code for like a lot of sex magic shit.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then he also exposed a lot of stuff that was happening inside societies. Like he published a book called, I think it was 666 or something like that, or 777. I can't remember, but it ended up being revoked off the shelves because he pissed off the hidden societies that he was a part of. So like we don't have access to that book anymore.
He was snitching.
I think John definitely knows what book you're talking about.
Yeah, I thought John actually had the 777 book, if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken.
That's the shit if he does. That's awesome because that shit was taken off the shelves, like straight up, so hard to find.
Mm. Crazy.
Yeah, but that's yeah, that was like his thing, sex magic, and then stealing information and
Yeah,
publicizing it.
that's the best shit.
Hmm.
So he was trying to rise to Kundalini.
He was basically like a modern day Rasputin.
I don't know who that is either.
Oh shit. Rasputin was a fucking powerful, powerful, powerful dude. In Russia. You know the story of Anastasia, the missing girl, like when the last czars were killed?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I don't.
So
I'm
okay.
ignorant. I'm very ignorant.
So Russia had a revolution, right, where they were literally switching the type of government. And so they were going from czars to another type of government. But during that revolution, the last czars to exist were like all murdered, except for supposedly like one of the daughters, Anastasia, who like supposedly escaped, right? So this big thing was around her. But the real story was around Rasputin, who became the advisor of the king because he was psychic and because he was a powerful, powerful, powerful magician. And they tried to kill him over 7 times and he survived each one, like literally stabbing him, trying to stab him to death, trying to hang him. It wasn't until they finally like threw him under ice and kept him under ice that he was murdered. But
Oh
Yeah.
that
wow.
dude, yeah, but that dude was able to, and he also was using sex magic. And like, so he had like this crazy reputation, but like Rasputin was one of the most like powerful people in history. And because he was able to be so psychic and because he was so accurate with like all of his shit, the czars had him as an advisor. And so like he even but yeah, and in the end when they tried to execute him, yeah, they couldn't kill him. Like he wouldn't die until they put him under ice.
I mean, sex magic done correctly is like exactly that.
Powerful. Yeah.
Super
Yo, that
powerful.
shit is dope.
Yeah, so essentially he was an immortal, essentially. Like not really immortal, but you know what I mean? Like he was a hardy motherfucker.
Oh,
Yeah, Rasputin, you should look him up. That dude was crazy. But yeah, so Aleister Crowley was essentially like modern day Rasputin. Except I don't think he was ever executed.
wow.
Hmm. And he and Dion Fortune share something. I don't know what. Like, I don't know if it was just because both of them were excommunicated or from similar occultic groups or what, but I've heard him and Dion Fortune being thrown around a bunch together.
Is Dion Fortune? No, never mind. I'm thinking of Dion. Oh, I'm trying to think of the person who made the tarot deck. Um, the
Maybe
classic, the classic tarot deck. No,
the Rider
Walter
Waite.
Rider Waite. That's who I was thinking about. Okay, never mind. That's a Fortune and Waite. That's a different person. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Dion Fortune's the one who wrote the Mystical Kabbalah.
Yeah, I need to tap into that ASAP.
Yeah. She also wrote a book called like Moon Magic that I'm reading right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
How
that's
is
it.
moon magic?
Yeah, it's surprising me. Moon magic is um
About the
it's a
moon.
no. Well, I guess I don't know.
I'm
It's
just
a
joking.
it sounds like it's a story.
Hmm.
Oh
It's a
wow.
story that she wrote, but she wrote it, but she claims to like have channeled Morgan Le Fay, and like that this was what but this is what was to be communicated about like like how she communicates the subconscious and the conscious and all that's going on and all that, but it's like but it's a story that she tells, so I haven't gotten too far into it, but it's really interesting.
Uh, so
Yeah, I wasn't expecting
it's
it.
just like an actual. It's like an actual novel.
Yeah, but she says that like if you read it for entertainment purposes, you're going to be upset. Whereas if you read it for what it is, for all the symbology that she's incorporating in it and all this kind of stuff, then you'll know what she's talking about.
Mm.
But it looks totally different from the cover of the book because the cover of the book has like Isis and Ra and like all of, these Egyptian deities and stuff. And then you open it up and it's completely different. Or maybe not. I don't
Like,
know.
you
I
mean
haven't
like
gotten
maybe
too
they're
far into
just
it.
the symbology, like that's what all that in symbology novel form.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Why does the all create? Why is there a chain of events in motion
Mm-hmm.
that manifest this reality that we live in?
Mm-hmm.
Because the all was bored and wanted to know itself because it saw its reflection.
Maybe the all was lonely and it wanted to know itself.
um,
So,
Or maybe, and this might be the most astounding one, maybe there wasn't a purpose or a point. Maybe it just happened because cause and effect. Like we mentioned a bit earlier, when two hands come together sharply, a clap sound is emitted. The Samkhya philosophy tells us that when consciousness and matter collide, a sound is emitted. It's called shabda, the primordial vibration. And from that, we have cause and time and space and everything that follows. Not really a because like a reason, not because of loneliness or boredom. It's a mechanical thing. When consciousness interacts with matter, it made a sound, and that sound made everything else. In the beginning was the word.
Hmm.
They call it Om. But that simple transaction became more and more complex to the point that we have our lives that we attribute so much importance to. The first child of this interaction became something known as cosmic intellect. And that cosmic intellect isn't a bunch of smart thinking, it's actually extremely pure and the child, the number 3, that is formed from the combination of 1 and 2, that 3 is the function to distinguish between consciousness and matter. It's a function. Divine intellect, Mahat, Buddhi, is a function that is able to distinguish between consciousness and matter. But then that gets even more complex and becomes engulfed in matter, and it thinks that it is separate. Now we get ego. And then that gets even more involved, and that becomes something else, and it moves so far away from consciousness that it becomes things like the raw 5 elements: matter, hard matter, solid, liquid, gas, that kind of thing. And the sounds that we hear, the taste that we taste, and the smells and touch and all that stuff. Our issue is we're down there in that low realm of pure matter. We think that we are also those things, never looking upward to that state of pure consciousness, cosmic consciousness, being able to distinguish between consciousness and matter. We're not able to do that, so we're stuck. So the matter deteriorates, falls apart, and that piece of consciousness is still there looking for something else to attach to. And the next time it forms, it goes and seeks that, depending on, right, the karma that's been accumulated, the cause and effect, another function that determines which body you attach to next. You carry along the energy, the effect of previous causes, but you're not cognizant of them. You play it out, just like a theater show.
I just had the vision in my mind of what it would be like to hear Om, just like that frequency throughout the whole universe. Can you imagine the magnitude that carried with it?
Ooh.
I mean, we got a microcosm in everyday life.
Mm-hmm.
If
The
you can
best.
just steel yourself enough to listen, it's there.
Yeah.
It's not even audible. This original sound is so powerful that it's not a sound to hear. It's so powerful that we need an entire body to experience it, right?
Right. It's like
It's
a weight.
it's a wave. It's heard, it's felt, it's seen, it's experienced. This life is that sound. Not only is it that sound, we've developed the apparatus to experience that sound. Like it's all inclusive. We're the environment and the thing in the environment. But this is all that original sound. It's so great. It doesn't have a beginning or an end. It's a loop, and we're in it. We're a part of it. We're conscious in it. We think that we are a part of it, but it's just an effect. Oh,
Go ahead, bro.
no, you go ahead.
I insist, brother.
So I guess where I have a little trouble at is the concept of beginning and end. There's no beginning, no ending. But then when you actually describe it the way that you were describing it from that book, Shiva Shakti, consciousness and matter, within that description, at least for to me, it sounds like a beginning. Like something happened. Just like how you described an example of the clap, and then there's something that happens, that sound, that vibration. That was a great example, but it's still, for me, it's hard to see when you describe it that way, the non-beginning and non-ending within that example that you gave.
So it looks like the aspect of beginning and end is a matter of perspective. From where we stand, where we are here, within it, there's no beginning or end, because that sound that was produced, it also created time. But to take a step out of that thing, take a step out of that time, it shows us that there's three levels. The first level is pure consciousness, which we know is the triple blackness. The second stage is the unmanifest, which is the potential. It's prakriti in a harmonious state. So somewhere the two exist uncollided. But that third state is the entire manifest universe. And that's, I don't know, it's almost like a what if. Because if it seems that if we're able to raise our consciousness beyond the manifest realm, it's almost as if we're going back in time before the Big Bang. We're going back to a point before that collision happened.
I guess the pictures that come up in my mind is, okay, so when we say time, we know the illusion of time is these series of events that happen, but it's never ending. It's like it's just an illusion. Like if the sun stayed in the sky just in one spot and nothing moved, no seasons changed or anything like that, I think it'd be a little bit more for me to understand that whole concept of um, that there's really no such thing as time. It's just a series of events that give an illusion of something happening. But when I think of like infinity, or when I think of like no time, I think of like a stillness, like a picture, just one picture, and there's nothing moving, just a screenshot. That's what I think about when I hear like no beginning and end. It's just a
Yeah.
screenshot,
Okay, I can see it now.
you know. And so these are just the mental pictures that come up, because I understand that there's an aspect of this, of course, that is you can't really conceptualize beyond, um, it's very hard to try to put it in words or really conceptualize it. So I'm trying to find, using the as above principle, as above so below principle, what could we use to correlate to kind of help mirror, or at least give us some type. Oh, okay, you know how like in mystical Kabbalah, where Dion Fortune was saying that certain symbols I'm gonna just paraphrase it, okay? If you can find it or you know where it's at, it'd be good to read it. But I know she was talking about like giving. There's something beyond, and she probably was describing a yantra, but there's something beyond. Once you give that symbol, a psychic symbol, or a symbol, there's something else that comes with it, a specific understanding that comes with it through meditating on that symbol, that won't be in words and stuff like that, but it's a certain level of understanding.
Are
I'm
you talking
thinking
about when she talks about the glyph in the first?
Chapter 1, verse 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you read it?
It is well known to mystics that if a man meditates upon a symbol around which certain ideas have been associated by past meditation, he will obtain access to those ideas, even if the glyph has never been elucidated to him.
Yeah, and I know she gave like certain things, like she said certain little taglines in the early chapters that made like, okay, remember when she talked about the pressure? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. When she said that, when she talked about Kether, and I think that was Kether with Chokma, or she was describing Kether. It was she made mention of the word pressure, but
Mm.
the word pressure gave a mental picture to me that, and then she talked about the experiment with taking, I think, sugar and boiling it with the water and then letting it cool and evaporate, and you seeing how these things, the crystallized crystallization form. And
Ooh.
she was that's the type of stuff that I'm looking for. Is like she was able to at least, even though you can't put it in words, but there are certain things that can be done to help give you the, like, once you see it, it goes beyond words. You just know, you just understand. It just makes sense to you. It just clicks. So what I'm trying to understand is, through the words that we're using when it comes to this, I still see a process of a beginning to a beginning, or something happening that didn't happen before. Whenever I hear people talk about this process, like when we talk about consciousness, when it's attractive, like it infuses to matter, I think about like oil and water.
Hmm.
And then the process of what we're doing is the separation process of what happens with oil and water. So these are the images that pop up in my mind, to the best of the ability, to help me understand why is it that you guys are able to rest in that understanding of what you're saying. I'm trying to find out what mental pictures, or what, not necessarily what understanding did you guys come to when you read these things, that it's making a little bit of trouble for me to understand it, or maybe it needs to be explained in a different way for it to click to me, because it seems like you all, from what I'm hearing, like it just makes sense to you all. So I'm trying to understand where it's not clicking for me.
One image that may help, because you mentioned looking at eternity as if like this is still image, right?
Hmm.
By the way, what you mentioned about pressure, that's a better description of what's going on. The subtle essence that the echo, the pressure of that subtle essence is causing effect after effect, but none of them actually exist. It's a it's a wave in the fabric, right? If that makes sense. Like that pressure, being pressure itself, pushes everything outside of it, and that outside pushing is manifest reality. But anyways, the image
Hmm.
that you mentioned of that still picture, maybe a good way of that wave of effect happening. You ever seen those YouTube videos where it's a still picture but you zoom into it forever,
Yeah.
and as you're going through it there's all these different situations, but eventually you go back to the beginning of that picture and it keeps looping?
Yeah.
That might be a better way to explain it, because that's more like an unfolding, and that's how she describes it in mystical Kabbalah.
Yeah, because when you said about the pressure, like I was thinking of a line, and the pressure makes an indent, just like the sine wave kind of thing.
Yeah, chapter
And
6.
that actual, oh, go ahead.
That line about pressure, it's in chapter 6.
Yeah, and that actual indent is the process of what we're in right now. But I'm
Yeah.
trying to find out, because even in using the word pressure, what is the cause of that pressure, or is this type of pressure, it obviously has to be a pressure that, man, it's very, man, these words are so fucking limiting.
Yeah, because even if we say that just Kether existing, it says it's an unfolding. Just it existing, the way that she's describing it is, hmm, the Kabbalah does not conceive of God as fabricating creation stage by stage, but thinks of the different phases of manifestation as evolving one from another, as if each Sephirah were a pool with which, being filled, it overflows into a larger pool, right? But still, that doesn't really answer the question of that first essence.
So let me ask this, because this kind of ties into a question I asked you a long time ago about when you first read it. What was the things that I don't know if it was thought, if it was certain images that popped up in your mind, but what made it click for you? What made the information that you read? What made it click for you? What was the thought process that you went through that that made it just made you at least accept made you um, find rest and peace in that understanding that you in oh shit, I'm fucking it up. When you read those words and when you studied this, what was going through your mind that maybe some of your experiences or anything like that you thought about that made what you read make sense to you for you to continue to move on and your understanding of it, if that question makes sense.
Yeah, I think the alchemy gold in the chat hit a good word. She said fractals. So I think with me reading like the mystical Kabbalah, I began to quickly understand that it all had to do with my perspective, like where I was at, and seeing, like, just say looking at the middle of the tree, saying that's my perspective. The higher up we go, the more simple it gets, and the lower we go, the more complex it gets. So with that being said, if I felt like if I didn't have an understanding of something, I look at where I'm at. Maybe I need to go simpler. Maybe I need to go more complex. You know, the law of correspondence. But
Mm-hmm.
anyways, with this, say for example, the Samkhya philosophy of Shiva Shakti, right? To me,
Mm-hmm.
the Shiva Shakti, the duality right there would be the center stage. On one hand, consciousness, the other hand, matter. To me, that part like is really clear, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Awareness and the thing to be aware of. But
Yes. Mm-hmm.
thinking of cause, that goes more into Vedanta, which is what Vivekananda preaches a lot. And that's going a step above. And the way that he sees it is that Shiva and Shakti is just a way to describe Brahman, which is God,
Mm-hmm.
right? Even the Bible calls them the Elohim. Matter of fact, yeah, and that is also a mystical Kabbalah. But it's as if over here in the West we just say God, and nobody knows what that means, right? But the yin yang thing, to me, it seems like those two are always together, and that's what it says in the Samkhya Darshan. Those two, they're not independent of each other. They're defined by the other, right? There wouldn't be matter if it wasn't something to observe it, and there wouldn't be something to observe if there wasn't, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I see the two as a part of each other, right?
Yeah.
But if you zoom in, you see that gray area in between the black and the white, the line that
Mm-hmm.
separates them. The way I see it is
Mm-hmm.
if you zoom in more, that's when it starts getting more complex. You're going down the tree. Now we've got
Yeah.
the actual tree of life. And if you, the more you
Mm-hmm.
zoom down, now we're here in this life, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I guess to me, that's how I'm seeing it, as a contained thing, as a
Yeah.
contained science experiment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, no, I definitely get that I get that, especially in the way that you put it. I mean, I definitely understand it from that perspective that this is all one thing. And the more we zoom into it, you just get the details. Just like in any picture, you can, if Mona Lisa had a fucking zit, a small zit, and you didn't realize it from afar, but then you zoomed into it, you'll see more details. Just like when we're flying an airplane. Right now, I'm driving and I'm fucking, I feel like I'm driving straight or whatever, and I'm seeing all this shit around me. But as soon as I get to a certain elevation, all this shit just looks like lines, circles, and squares.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody sees that. So, and then probably if you was to get higher than that, I don't know what the fuck we'll see, but you might see a fucking zit. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit, we live on a hairy ass zit somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody thinks the dome is just the ceiling of the zit or some shit, whatever, if there's one. But I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like, I get that. What I struggle with is the concept of infinity. Um, the before the Shiva Shakti thing, because if there that's where my hang up is the concept of infinity, because we're doing this process, we do these meditations so we can build ourselves to actually have an experience to know. And I'm assuming that that knowing, once we have that, whatever experience that is, or realization, I would say, because I'm trying to watch the word. So like realization or self-realization, um, it's going to come with more clarity. But these are the states that we're talking about that can't be put into words, because it would limit it naturally. Definition. To define something, it's like limiting it. So where I struggle with, where my mental ceiling goes, is like, okay, what what do I need to rest my head in, as far as, um, to the heights of what my mind can conceive? What do I need to rest my head in to say, okay, of course my mind will not be able to conceive something that's a little bit high, that's higher than that. So, um, what I can rest my head in, what is that, to allow me to say, to be like, to allow me to be satisfied with just continue on with this, continuing through life, and just saying, okay, I'm not going to be able to really understand it at a certain level intellectually. Um, and then if you're thinking about the experiences here, I'm still going to be looking for some type of experience that is wrapped up within this matter. Because when we think about experience, and I know I just jumped ship a little bit, but, when we think in terms of experience, I think it's still in terms of the five senses. You know,
Mm-hmm.
what
Doesn't
else
time
could? Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
doesn't time have a lot to do with our body and our five sense experience?
Yeah, I would say so.
It's like if we're not in it, then time can start to lose meaning. Like time is dependent on other things and the process of change.
hmm hmm
Everything is an unending echo of a thing. Like I would almost say the concept of beginning and end is erroneous.
Right.
Like it doesn't exist. Like end and beginning are handles that we use to
hmm
talk about this experience. But if we look at what science says, even there's no such thing. Things deteriorate and change form and change shape, and in essence might go from one thing and be used to create another. But does anything ever really get born or die? Like, does
No.
anything actually get born or die?
Yeah, I mean that's very true. That's why it's easy for me to understand. Okay, it's easy for me to understand that, like I said earlier, that time is an illusion. Um, and I don't mean illusion in fake. It's just illusion in it's not what it seems. So it's like right now, by me driving, um, I feel like I have a past. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm changing stage. But to be honest with you, I've been in the same place my whole life. Whoever this perspective is, the silent witness, has been in the exact same location. No matter where I've gone,
Yeah.
I've been in the exact same location. Like I've thought about that. Like even in a video game, when you when you're running, you know what I'm saying? Like in Grand Theft Auto, favorite game. When you're running, it's just an illusion that you're moving places, but you're literally in the guy is in the exact same. I mean,
Yeah.
I know that some of these games can put you like, okay, you look like you're further. You can take the character and make him go a little bit further down screen, to where the perspective, the actual the silent observer of that video game You know how it can shift perspective. You can see like the character run all the way out into the street. Normally, some of these games like Zoom would be like, I guess that would be considered first person view. Um, but then you have it where it can be detached. You can go, you can actually take that character and go, but then you still have a camera, a first person. You still have a camera view of where you're at, looking at the screen and how it's set up. I'm not really illustrating it right, but I'm sure you can get what I mean. There's certain games where you just have the character, it's just you, and then you can see your character move within the field of the game, but there's still that one perspective
Right.
of you actually viewing the game, if you get what I mean.
I do.
I'd have to yeah.
I do.
So like so um so I get that in that game there's a series of things that go on to make it seem like you're doing something. But in all actuality, you've been in the exact same place the whole time. You've never left. Even though your body, you went places, you traveled to, Africa or Switzerland or, or China or something like that. But you're the silent witnesser that you in your body, you've been in the same place. You've been in the same place. You've not gone anywhere.
Mm-hmm. It's creepy when you put it
Uh,
like that.
I
You
mean,
see,
yeah. Go ahead, bro.
you see
Uh-huh.
the game, the 3D character, if it's third person, it moves its arms and its leg, but the environment moves around it.
Exactly.
It's the same thing the whole game. You don't went through a journey, a storyline, you acquired things, lost things, but it was all just this right here in one spot.
Exactly. Exactly. Like like it's weird because it gets complex. Like right now, like I feel like I'm moving forward, but I literally it's just a bunch of shit. Even the people that seemingly are moving faster than me, for their perspective, I can't really verify I can't verify anything. I just see a vessel. I just see a flesh. You know what I'm saying? I just see something else. Even my wife, sleeping next to me. It's just like you ever pick up a kid. Like I remember I used to like put my little brothers to sleep when they were babies, but I would pick them up sometimes and I'd tickle them, and then like I'd squeeze their little stomach, and it just seemed so hollow. It didn't really seem real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was weird. What I felt was real. You know what I'm saying? Like it just seemed hollow. And none of us have seen the inside of our bodies unless you've looked, unless you've took a camera. But then even that shows up. But for all I know, it's just a bunch of just dark space until we open it up, and then boom, then the intestines are there. Or if we feel something, we feel like it's our intestines, or we feel like it just be a bunch of codes. It's all in darkness. There's no light in there from what we perceive as light, like these lights on my car. But I kind of digressed a little bit. But what I mean is that I can basically understand the concept of it just being the illusion of a bunch of happenings, but you're really not going anywhere. Truly, you're really not going anywhere.
Mm-mm.
You're still in the exact same spot. I'm still in the same body. I've not really gone anywhere.
Right. And see, the obvious next step would be like, okay, well, all of life, right? And we get attached and don't attach to life because none of it's actually really happening because, we're never moving. But even past that, this experience extends it because it doesn't end and doesn't begin. Like none of us can remember when we were born. We didn't just turn on one day.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's really starting to seem like when we pass, it's also going to be like that, you know, at
Hmm.
least to some degree. We don't know because that's a journey you don't come back from. But I mean, all I can go off is the word of some of these folks here. Vivekananda says we've literally done this countless times, countless. It may happen.
Damn.
It may have happened so much that maybe we choose not to remember.
Damn. I know Mark, and because he said he asked his subconscious the same thing when he about this shroom trip, and he said that it basically came back, you don't want to know how many times you've done this shit. Because I can see that whole concept of the infinity fractal thing too, especially when you do shrooms. You meet faced with that aspect. And I actually, it's crazy. I just sent you and Amara a video. I sent you it on Facebook on the messenger. And I got a playlist of songs. But I thought it was interesting that the this video popped up, and the guy actually, I think he's, from what I seen, seemed like he was having a heart attack at the airport, and then it zooms into his perspective of him dying, and then him waking up on the fucking plane, you know, and then going through this series of like the whole video is like a series of him like dying, kind of like some Inception shit, you know.
Oh,
And yeah, it was very interesting, and so okay, here's just another um, image that popped into my mind. So like if you took a cube, right,
mm-hmm.
and you filled it with a bunch of things that were just copies, like fractals, and that was what considered what matter would be. And then your consciousness, you actually, you know, were outside of it, you looked at it as a cube, but then when you actually started zooming into it, you went into one section of it, and anywhere you looked, it was just like the mirrors, you know what I'm saying? Like when you go into a room full of the mirrors that all face each other, and it's that whole infinity thing going on.
Yeah.
It's like that same thing. You just stepped into that. So that's what gives me the image of thinking what consciousness stepped into a place that had a nothing but a bunch of fucking mirrors, and everything you see is infinity, you know?
I think that sounds about right, especially when they do those diagrams, right? The second dimension is a square, the third dimension is a cube. Then they illustrate the fourth dimension as this weird box tunnel thing. Like you ever had them little squishy toys with the hole in the middle, and you can put your hand in it, and it like keeps folding.
Yeah.
So it took me a while to understand that tesseract, they call it. But if you look at it, that's what it's doing. It's unfolding from the inside and becoming the outside. You know, it's as if
Mhm.
that fractal that you're talking about inside of that cube, the fractal is the cube, and it keeps pulling out. And you know, according to the Samkhya stuff, what happens is it's in a state of harmony, unmanifest. But when consciousness zooms into it, now that state of harmony is another level of existence. Now we enter a new level, which is manifest reality. So that cube is there in the unmanifest dimension. That never changes. That's why it's referred to as the virgin whore. It it produces so many births, yet is still pure. So Prakriti in its pure form exists somewhere in its own unmanifest dimension. That's that's so consciousness becoming one with it. Now the pressure's created, but we open up a whole new file now, which is the manifest reality. So now what used to be harmony is now unfolding, and that cube is blossoming eternally. This is now the dimension of eternal blossoming, eternal unfolding.
Mhm.
So it it didn't really begin or end. It's in its own pocket universe. This is a pocket universe of potential meets attention. Hmm.
So it's like, yeah, it's like you're really looking at a section. So let's take that cube, let's take that example, and let's set that to the left, right? And we just have consciousness. Where does that motherfucker come from? Like, okay, I can accept. Okay, okay, there's got to be another box somewhere, right? Because when you put it like that, as far as we're looking, where consciousness is like basically zoomed into a pocket, a particular area, but then there's other areas that we got. That would imply other areas, correct?
Well, from what it's showing here, the concept of any areas all come out of that unmanifest. The unmanifest is the possibility of all creation. Like even if you want to think about multiple alternate realities or dimensions or whatever, that that's cool. but it all originates within Prakriti.
Yeah.
Prakriti is the source. Now, speaking of consciousness, though, the difference with consciousness is it doesn't have a source. It's beyond cause and effect, and it's
Right.
beyond desire. It just is. It just is.
Okay. So, hmm, man, this is weird because it's like, hmm,
And it seems here also that the whole reason that we're experiencing this evolution of consciousness is because what's a good one? Almost like pushing a ball down in the pool of water. You can push it, as long as you got the willpower to do so, but eventually it's going to shoot back up out the top. So one of the things that it's illustrating here is the fact that we're experiencing what we're experiencing here is the result of consciousness being wrapped in matter. It doesn't belong here, so it's constantly squeezing itself out.
okay, okay. I like that example that you just gave about taking the ball and pushing it underwater, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you push it underwater, that would imply that pressure. The ball will be the consciousness, and the water would be, of course, naturally matter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a great image, right?
Yes.
Now, once that damn ball pops the fuck out of that damn ocean, there's air, there's space past that. Where that ball originated from, or well, it's always been, right? So what is beyond matter? It's just pure consciousness. That's it.
So that ball would be a piece of the air, right? It's a ball. Maybe it's actually a bubble. That might be a better illustration.
Okay.
Big ass hard bubble that got pushed down under there. It's not going to dissolve into the water. Even if it does get
Mm-hmm.
broken into a million pieces, it all has to come back up to the surface.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, I like that. So okay, that's a good example. So like whatever that, let's just say a basketball. So whatever that material is that is containing that air, right?
Mm-hmm.
That particular cocooning of that air and what caused that cocooning, so to speak? What caused that piece to desire or to actually blend to, what caused that piece to that consciousness to want, I guess, want to or get involved in matter, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's where we keep going. That's where we keep being led to. That question. I want to say this just like a step back to the bubbles thing, talking about Prakriti and Purusha. Purusha being consciousness, Prakriti being matter. Niranjan Ananda says Prakriti is okay. So Krishna also says that Prakriti does not derive any enjoyment. Prakriti is only a sequence of effects. If you are running, you're not observing yourself or your environment, but the person who is watching you run sees where you are. Therefore, it is wrong to say that Prakriti has created this entire manifest, visible dimension and the unmanifest and visible dimensions for its own cognition and gratification. Prakriti develops and evolves into different forms and different objects, visible and invisible, in order to aid Purusha in recognizing its own nature. The idea is that
Mm,
Purusha is the seer of the play of Prakriti. Purusha realizes that Prakriti is the doer, and that whatever Prakriti does is to enable Purusha to know its own nature.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just about the water, helping the bubbles get up out of it.
Yeah.
But, you know, back to what you were getting at before.
Now, when you said getting, we keep coming back to that question. Is that something that you are also looking for, or you just was making that statement because I was asking the same question just differently?
I get this feeling like I'm seeing it, but I'm missing it at the same time. If you feel me, like
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I see it, but not quite, because so far what I'm seeing here, he's describing the whole process of the dance of the entanglement. But
Mm-hmm.
as far as what caused the Big Bang, the Kabbalion pretty much says the lips of wisdom are closed until the ears are ready. In other words, it doesn't tell you. It
Yeah.
throws the question out there in this chapter, the all in all, at the very end. But
Mm-hmm.
at the end, it after describing all this other stuff, it says even Hermes didn't share it. So don't expect us
Yeah.
really.
And see, okay, that's the, I guess that's where my mind is wrapped up in, you know, um, some, um, hmm, yeah, because I remember that. I remember that, and then making mention of that. So there's still that aspect. That is, to me, that is the real mystery, you know.
Mm-hmm.
To me, and to kind of give the example of the ball, like you said, the air. Okay, the consciousness could be the air, but then what actually took cocooned a section of some of that air and plunged it into the damn water? And I understand the process of, like, I think you said Purusha, or Prakriti, is it?
Mm-hmm.
By you going through all of this shit, like, we're at a point now where we're like, okay, we're able to see that we're not this shit. By seeing the happenings of all this shit, it gives us context or contrast. It gives us contrast to realize, okay, there's something's not right here. Um, and something's going on here that's not me. Whatever that feeling is, that knowing is, and all of the shit that goes on, and many lifetimes we recognize that, okay, we're just taking off these goggles and shit like that and zooming into different lives and shit. What the fuck am I more than, what is beyond that? You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, if I'm just taking off, going through lifetimes, and I've worn this shit so many damn times that I really don't even want to know how many times I've gone through this fucking play. But by me going through that play, I remember that I'm not a part of this play, because there's something else that is observing this shit. So I want to know what cocooned that air, that consciousness, and plunged it into that water, that pressure, or if there's a cause to that, if there's a purpose to that, or if there isn't. Um, then again, man, I kind of, just like you said, like I see, man.
I guess to get right down to it, I don't know yet. But
Mhm.
the way that I reconcile it with myself is that the manifest reality is a possibility, that the manifest reality is a potential. Hence why it's called an illusion, because this isn't ultimate reality. This is a potential. That's how it sits with me so far. Ultimate reality, it seems, would be that pure state of consciousness, because there's nothing affecting it. It's just pure, clean, like water.
Mm.
Because that, what's a good, I don't know. There's some food that, as long as it isn't mixed with anything, it can pretty much last forever, like honey, right? If there's nothing in it, it can pretty much last
Mhm.
forever.
Mhm.
Pure consciousness, I think, is like that. If it's mixed up with any amount of prakriti, death has to happen because it doesn't belong there. Or if any amount of consciousness is in matter, death has to happen because it doesn't belong there.
Mm.
So if something's to die, then that wasn't the original state, because things have to return to where they came from.
Mhm. So I take it that that's a similar mindset or questioning that you have is what I'm having.
It is, but it's one of those questions that I feel like as long as I keep digging, it's going to answer itself. Like
Okay.
it's not a driving question. I think even that I even have the tools to ask it means that the answer's here.
Yeah.
So I'm not too wrapped about it because I feel like it's going to answer itself
Mhm.
eventually. But
Mhm.
like I said, as it stands for me, the way that I'm holding on to it, based on what I've been reading, is that the manifest dimension is a potential, and that the ultimate reality is unmixed. This potential
Okay.
is, when I say potential, I mean what would happen if we mix it, right? And there's, say,
Mhm.
if this was a YouTube channel, hey, what happens if we mix this and that? All of our lives are just different episodes of what would happen if we mix this amount of consciousness with this amount of matter. But ultimately, they got to start with those two same ingredients, and those two same ingredients remain unmixed.
Mm.
So part of the work with myself is performing that unmixing process. Hence, we got the shadow work, right? Hence, we got the meditations and the eating better, right? Let's give up meat. Let's make our diet karma free, right? Little things like that to help urge the unmixing process.
Mm. Man, bro. Man, oh man.
And isn't that what the
Yeah, that
shooties?
shit did mess. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Isn't that what
Mhm.
the shooties are all about? The purification of the
Mhm.
chakras and of the tattvas.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Damn. You know the song that keeps popping back up in my head every time I think about this subject. The energy of the song, the actual music in it is Rakim's "Who Was God."
Hmm.
You've heard of that song, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. The words and what he says in that shit, like when the mystery. I think of like Hermes and all that other shit like that. Like I think about that one thing that wasn't given. Um, and like you said, through constant study and through searching, it's something that will answer itself. But I think that's really where my mind has really been not parked at from a standpoint. I'm worrying about it all day, but man, just that concept of infinity is very interesting to me. I mean, but like you said, I really feel like we're really in it. We're really in it. We just see illusions of that. It doesn't seem like that. Okay, tomorrow, next week, we're gonna do this, and
But even look at
motherfucker, that's now, huh?
the subtle essence of tomorrow and the next day and that. Like, we don't know
Yeah.
what's gonna happen tomorrow, but you know pretty much what's gonna happen tomorrow. I know I'm gonna wake up, I'm gonna sit at the table, I'm gonna study, I'm gonna eat this, I'm gonna do that. Like the same thing. It's a loop. Like it never started and it won't stop.
It's 6 o'clock. It's
Yeah.
6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
about, because and everybody has their own day. Everyone's gonna do something different. You might
Hmm.
have 2 days off, but the other 5 days, you're gonna go into the workplace, do your thing. Hey, hardly working hard, hardly working. Hey, what's going on? Same shit, different day. Like that same stuff is gonna repeat.
Hmm.
Like the subtle essence of it is, I gotta feed my kids. That's the subtle
Hmm.
essence. And as long as that's there, all the echoes are gonna come out, and we're acting from it. But what happens if we're able to tap into that subtle essence and is that the subtle essence? Can we go a level deeper?
Hmm.
I think that starting that process naturally leads to where we're at right now.
Wow, man.
Natalia in the chat asks a question for you. She says, "Is it possible that the separation is the trouble and or the problem? Separation is simply a defining measure. Hence, baking a cake, each ingredient is relevant to the whole."
Mm, mm. What do you think about that question she just asked? I think it
Hmm.
was a great question, by the way.
I mean, I think, I don't like to think of this as a like a problem or anything like that. It's only a problem from
Right,
perspective.
right,
Just
right.
answer the question, not but I think that the whole thing is, if it's combined, it must separate. That is a law of this universe. All
Mm-hmm.
complex parts have to break down into the simple parts. So, if that's true, I care more about the simple parts than the complex parts, because the complex parts never existed, right? To make a machine, you got to take all these little parts and force them together with your will. That's an
Mm-hmm.
external effort, which means it isn't pure, right? And I don't mean pure as in holy and good. I mean pure as
Yeah,
in it wouldn't have occurred naturally without intervention. But what will
yeah.
occur naturally without intervention is separation of those parts. So I want to know about those pure parts. I want to know about the purest of those pure parts, because that's the only way to understand what we're working with.
Wow, that's interesting what you just said. Like, just the whole act of it actually being. Well, let me. You can correct me if I'm wrong, if I understood you incorrectly. But from what you said, what I gathered was that the fact that there's even any mixing is where the problem is. You know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't even be, because it implies something had to actually do something out of the ordinary to make this happen, which
Yeah.
is the issue within itself. So you want to understand the pure form of, you know like, the fact that it happened is the mistake. The fact that it happened is the issue. Not in the problem, not in a like, oh, it's bad, but it's
Mhm.
just that the fact that it even happened, the fact that the mixing even happened, implies that, that it's kind of like out of order or something like that. Like, it's not in alignment with what it truly is, or what it purely is. So when the Gnostics talks about that this was a fucking mistake,
There we go. That's yes.
that's what they're meaning, is that this is a like. But then that's why I struggle. Like, go ahead, bro, because that's why I struggle. Like, oh, damn, I told you, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
That's the part right there. Because we the problem, if there was a problem, it's not the mixing. That's just what happened. But the problem is the human thinking about this shit. We attribute it to good and evil. Now we think that the bad, naughty demiurge created us and is torturing us. No, it's nothing to do with that. The Gnostics were trying to describe this process, this same process we got going on here in these books, but they just described it with different words. The archons and the demiurge is talking about the fusion of consciousness and matter, and how we enjoy this world, and all that stuff is no, no. What they talked about was enlightenment through study and knowledge. How else can you know this shit if you don't study about it?
Right, right. So when they would use the term mistake, think about, well, here's another image that popped in my mind. Right, is two machines running side by side. Right, two blades. You know, or two machines. Two machines spinning at the same rate, side by side, or whatever, they're spinning, and then something comes along and accidentally bumps one of the machines, and it collides into the other machine. But before, they were spinning simultaneously, parallel to each other, and then something happens that would be considered like pressure, hits the other machine that spark or that grinding is where we're at right now. The consequence of that process is where we're at right now.
Yeah.
That friction, that touching is where we're at right now. And somebody's going to come along one day and set those machines back up right to continue functioning in the way that it was supposed to, that they was originally set to go, I guess. What do you think about that imagery?
I like that. You know what I'm saying? As long as we're using like these cosmic blades that are repairable, you know. But it almost seems to me like
Right.
I keep thinking of this potential and this what if. It's almost like somebody was like, what if we push them together and make them crash? Just for shits and giggles. Or maybe even let's make a separate factory, a duplicate factory, and test it out and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And it's as if that test wasn't real, it was just a test.
Yeah.
And I say that separate factory because, you know, according to this the Samkhya philosophy, which is part of the oldest, it says that there's that blade, there's the blade in the factory, and then there's the mishap. They all exist independently.
Yeah.
But see, the blades are all a prototype of that original blade. So there's a subtle essence there.
Mm-hmm.
That factory was made specifically for those blades. And then the experiment happened all contained in the same whatever. So we can do away with the experiment, you know, once it's done or whatever. It never happened. We still got the blades in the factory. And you can remove the factory because it was made with the intention of using the blades, which is the original cause of this whole thing. It's not a cause of itself, but it's the cause of the rest of the shit.
Mm-hmm.
Consciousness isn't a cause of itself, but it's the cause of everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And then so I would look at that pressure is just like we said. So okay, because I don't want to fuck up what you just said, because like I think that was very good, that all that shit was contained within this. So if something, let's just say, is looking to do an experiment, just like you said, for shits and giggles, there isn't any really point to it, just whatever, then that consciousness would be that pressure to build, or whatever it takes to build this container that contains these blades, and a mishap happened, and then boom, where the spark of the mishap contained within this experiment. But then there's an intelligence beyond that just for the sake of example said, for shits and giggles, let's see what happens if we did this experiment. And what we're trying to do is get back to learn about, or get back in touch with, the consciousness that, I don't want to say had interest in the experiment, but did the experiment from the gate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
I know those don't exactly define everything,
Right.
but
But
trying to
it's the context of the situation, not
yes.
context. The content will shift, but
Yeah.
the context, that original blade being the pressure for the whole experiment. And it would fit because what Samkhya also tells us is that matter, prakriti, is all that is within consciousness. So at the end of the day, consciousness is the original. Now that's at that subtle, unmanifest triple blackness of space level, which is far removed from us where we stand. But there is no matter without consciousness. There is consciousness without matter, though.
Shit.
There is no factor without those blades, but those blades can exist independent. I mean, right? Somebody has this idea to produce this blade. Yeah, man, this blade is gonna be revolutionary, slice through everything. Right? It's that pressure now goes for him to go create that prototype. It's good. Now they create a factory to make a bunch of those blades. Now those blades go out into the world and people use them for all types of shit. Some people slice up other people with them. Some slice up hot dogs and bologna and fish and all that stuff. limitless potential. But where did it all stem from?
Yeah.
Yod hey Val hey. Wow, we done came a long way. We was before talking about, yeah, man, reality manifests through the Yod hey Val hey process, right? It starts with air. You got to think of it. Then you got the hey. That's where you put your emotion into it. Then you put your fire into it. Then it manifests. That's where we were.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
I really, and this is nothing towards anybody, but I really, I'm really interested in the conversations that we will have with people that we're learning from right now, man. Just, I'm sure we're building our way to those things, but also having our share of discoveries too.
Yes.
But that's going to be some very interesting conversations, man. Because man,
I feel like getting to that point would it wouldn't take long. A lot of confusion would be cleared up. A lot of misconceptions would be cleared up. Like just imagine this question, for example. We're sitting here going over. Imagine speaking with Vivekananda, Niranjan Ananda, Satchisan Ananda. This wouldn't be a debate. This wouldn't be a question for long.
no.
I wonder just how many of the things that we have in our heads that we're kind of wrestling with or sitting with would be cleared up in a sentence.
Man.
A slow, deliberate sentence, but
hmm
wiped away.
Man, I'm really excited for that. Of course, having my own experiences, or doing this process too. But like, man,
I mean, it's seeming like the karma that we have is pushing us in that direction. I don't
yeah,
think we'd be here if that wasn't in the future.
yeah, I agree. It's correspondence as well.
And that's another reason why, I kind of just sit with some of the concepts that I have right now. I don't cling to none of the concepts hard,
Yeah, yeah,
I'm sitting with it because I know that they're going to be cleared up in due time. I know, like,
yeah.
it's like I know I'm gonna take this next breath. Like I know I'm gonna stand up and walk out the door. Like I know it's gonna be cleared up in due time.
Mhm.
But it took a while to get flexible like that. Before it was very hard. I must know, or I certainly know, or no
Yeah.
man can know because I don't know. Right? That kind of silly shit.
Mhm.
But I'm comforted in the fact that I feel that even me being able to grasp what I am able to grasp now tells me that I'm gonna go all the way through.
Yeah, man. I enjoy every level of all the conversations we all have um, on these chats. But my favorites of these is these type of conversations, prying and poking at, you know, Kether or beyond Kether, you know what I mean? And
Mhm.
I clearly know that this physical apparatus won't be able to, it's going to take a lot more work, more quality work and things of that nature and all the stuff that we just named. So I don't think I have to keep repeating that I understand that I cannot wrap my head around something so grand, you know. Um, but whatever whatever we are meant to receive at this time in our lives about the subject, you know, um, I know that there will be a level of satisfaction once we get whatever we're supposed to get from that, because I'm imagining it's going to be a you know how when Jesus talked to the lady at the well, and I'm gonna fuck up that scripture because I used to quote it so much. But when he was talking about the living waters
Mm-hmm.
versus the drinking water, like that was a different quality of water he was making mention of course, than the drinking water, the physical water. And it would be a water that would quench this person's thirst. Like, you would never be thirsty again. So I'm thinking that having these experiences and chatting, there would be something that could be, may not even be said. I really feel like these people are to a level where they just look at you, you know what I'm saying? And that telepathic communication of like, or something, you know what I'm saying? Like they'll know what to do to help bring you to that. Even if they did give you something verbally to chew upon and they know that you will get it in due time, but that verbiage, that vibration they said is keys, is it will give you something really to chew on, um, that will satisfy you in the future or even instantaneously at that moment, you know. Um, I know that they've had to have these same similar questions,
Yeah.
you know.
And if not, certainly they've had other people come to them with these types of questions.
Yeah,
There have been others who have reached where we are,
exactly.
few and far between, but certainly somewhere.
Did everybody else just knock the hell out? Everybody's still here.
Good question.
No, Mars
I'm
just
still
unchecked
here.
himself.
I'm still.
Okay.
Like,
Y'all
I
sound
don't do
bundled
much.
up and cozy.
yeah.
Was the talk soothing?
They were trying to work it out in the astral.
Yo, that's basically what the fuck.
It works, bro. It works. Seriously, it fucking works.
Hello, Veronica.
What's up?
What's up? What's up?
But just like
Brentwood in the house.
see, I know the time is 6 o'clock, 6:18. Yeah.
Oh, good. Now I get to go upstairs and take a bathroom break.
Shit, I'm in Arlington now.
Arlington Coat Factory. Remember those commercials?
Mm. Yeah, look at that shit. That's dope.
Oh my goodness, what a world. I'm oh my goodness. These feelings that these type of thoughts produce, man, like, I remember in the past even meditating and the old samskaras would rise, but it's like every now and then with these mantras, I might kick up something that I thought I got rid of. I got to zoom in on it, get it all out of my system. Doesn't happen much, but when it does, but then again, it could just be you know, could be the karma, could be the time, the astrology and whatnot,
Mhm.
and maybe just maybe the attachment that we do have to what's there would indicate how much of an effect it would have on us.
I wanted to ask another question. because when I hear people do have like near death experiences and stuff, you know, they're able to still see and witness this um witness this um they're able to still witness, you know, what they've witnessed in the five senses. But a lot of people talk about that they have like a 360 viewpoint of it, and they're able to hear and see. I don't know about smell or anything like that, but I just found it interesting when people have the near-death experiences, they're able to at least have those two senses. So my question was that once you drop this body, I guess, are you able to see, just like how I'm looking at this George Bush Turnpike sign? If I drop this body, I just see in a more enhanced version of that because I'm not limited by these senses.
Maybe even start to see the subtle aspect that emanates that sign.
Mm. Yeah.
Right, because we've mentioned before the ley lines and different things of that nature. The source is behind the source, the cause is behind the cause.
Wow.
What the hell? Oh. Jeez Louise. My stomach is full, but my mouth wants food.
Yes.
I guess I better detach from that, huh?
Mhm.
I see you guys on Thursday. I gotta go to bed. Seriously. See you guys.
Hi, Veronica.
Night, guys. It was fun to hear
Night.
you.
Good night, Veronica.
Mhm.
Oh, the laugh that you guys had, it was hilarious.
Night, Veronica.
Bye, guys.
Hariom Tatsat.
GN, my friends.
Hurry home, tater tot. Hurry home.
Hariom Tater Tot. Hariom Tot Tot. What
Care about material things. I just want for wolf. Girl.
I just want to lay the body aside.
Mm.
Body body aside, lay the body aside. Oh, cool. Can you see the moon?
Can I see it?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, it's overcast here in Arlington.
It's that very small Sailor Moon sliver.
Mm.
I don't know if the witchy folks have a word for that phase of the moon. You were visiting family?
Oh no, a mentor.
Nice.
A peppermint.
Peppermentor.
Mhm. Damn, you were 6 hours away, man. That's crazy. I thought Savannah is, well, no. You said in Savannah, right?
Yeah.
Damn. I realize fucking Georgia's that damn big. 6 hours, man.
It's mostly because of the traffic too now.
Yeah, that's true.
Drive like some people I know, it might have only been 3 hours, but I've seen some very non-safe driving.
Mhm.
Big things popping, little things stopping. Everything in its right place.
Do you all know if Niranjan Ananda, if they travel to the US often, or do they stay usually over there in Bihar?
I haven't seen where he came to the US.
Wow. Is anybody, if are people, I know they're popular, but are people even looking out and looking after them like that?
You mean like
I mean,
from our side?
well, yeah, from here in America. I mean, I'm not saying he's not known, but do you think people are really seeking after him to come out here like that, or seeking after all or any of them? Sister Shooty.
I know that they've not okay, so I watched a few of her videos and I've seen her in like Italy maybe. And I mean there's a pretty big following, like they had a wide reception. A lot of people knew who she was, and she was promoting one of her books. But as far as the Americas, I don't know. Maybe they haven't made it over here yet.
Mm.
I think I've even seen, one of the people in the group that write books. She lives in Canada. She's a Canadian.
Mm.
Not the U.S. Sister Shooty.
Sister Shooty. I bet if I call her that in real life, she'll look at me like I'm crazy.
Now we're gonna have the benediction from Sister Shooty.
Yo, if she busts out, I know that you have me on your poster at home. I'll take off running, bro. And just straight up laughter. That shit'd be so funny.
I'm sure she's got all the cities unlocked.
All them joints unlocked, all levels. She is not limited.
I mean, sheesh. They're telling us about how easy it is to unlock cities while performing top with Shooty. So just imagine what they are actually able to do.
Shit.
I mean, they're legit college level professors on yoga.
Mm-hmm.
And these books that they're giving us are like, beginner level. So just imagine what they're actually able to do. It wouldn't be far-fetched to me to, if I heard that Neuron John has been up in the mountains like the entire time we've been studying this book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just thinking about when we was talking about that, whose intention, like, mm, 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 mm. Do you think somebody else's intention can your life could be also a result of other people's intention too?
Absolutely. I mean, our lives are nothing but the result of karma. And if it was their intention to affect our lives, it'd be part of their karma too. But then I guess, would it really be their intention? Or would they just be facilitating, or would they just be facilitating what was already supposed to happen?
Yeah. I keep having these thoughts too. I know I have some far-reaching shit, but like I said, I would be surprised if like a certain level of meditation and this whole thing, somebody could be like 160 years old in the fucking Himalayas right now, but they're in deep meditation, and that is your life right now that you're living.
Oh my gosh.
That should be dope. But I know some, that thought process could be like, well, there's so many different things that could probably be, I don't know, examined about that. But it does pop in my mind like, damn, could we be like a real life servitor for somebody else that has
Yes.
gotten to a point of advanced fucking like meditation that they was like, okay, I can take my consciousness and, you know, some kid in fucking Deer Park, New York, or being born, and you know what I'm saying, and then going through a whole life, and then when I finally lay this body aside, I wake up in the Himalayas somewhere.
Yo, hell yeah. I mean, if little old me is able to do this to a small degree, just imagine what a master could do.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise. I mean, I guess it's kind of a scary. I mean, it's a scary thought if you think about self-preservation.
Yeah.
That's not really a scary thought to me. I mean, if that was happening, then so fucking be it. At least they give me what I want.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't even think it not only is it possible, but I'm certain that it's happening. You talk about these ascended masters. I mean, it very well could be, because usually we only see the tip of the iceberg of things. It could be that Niranjan and Sister Shooty could just be the outward representatives of an entire fucking community,
Mm-hmm.
of ascended masters who we will never know of.
That would be dope and like shocking in such a in our job, and we're waking like it's a slow wake up so that we don't flip the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Like you do the shit that you used to do. Is like, okay, I gotta wake this motherfucker up so that I can really take full control or whatever or something, or not like full control, but like I don't know.
I
So
mean,
that when this, go ahead.
it could even be like sleeper cells. You know what I'm saying? Like, now it's
Yeah,
time for
shit,
activation type shit.
shit, damn.
Where would the government get the idea from?
Mm-hmm.
Since we know these folks don't come up with anything whatsoever.
Exactly. They don't come up with shit. And I guess one of the things that was shocking for me too about movies, like you see these movies and then you actually have certain experiences that you see where they fucking generated the movie from.
Mm.
That shit tripped me the hell out. Like when my little experience, and I automatically thought about the movie Limitless, and everything in that damn movie damn near, it's like, wow.
Mm.
I think that's the most shocking part to me, is because like I said, I thought I was gonna see like fucking cartoons and shit, and I'm sure you probably can see that, I guess, some cartoonish type of shit. But for me, I was more the enhancement of the senses that we use, just the mere enhancement of that. You know, being able to look at something and see in much more detail, or to potentially zoom in. Like I know Kalindi E used to say that people used to take evil game, and they used to have certain liquids in these bags, and they would fucking be able to see far and shit like that, and run, like just the mere enhancements of VAKOG, VAKOG. Just in
Mm-hmm.
that was like, wow, do you really? People think it's cute to have advanced levels of, like you said. I remember, man, when you had talked about when you um, did worked with a particular entity about reading people's minds and shit, and you would think like, oh, that's fucking cool, man, like
Mm-hmm.
some superhero shit, and motherfuckers be like, man, hell no, man, I don't want to be feeling people's dirty ass thoughts and shit like that.
Yes.
Fucking John New was sitting up there talking about, motherfucker, I went into meditation and became a fucking tree, and that was the most terrifying thing in my fucking life. Like, if that wasn't a fucking 180 in my mindset, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like, what the fuck?
Yo. So that takes it to another level. The level of training and discipline you've got to have to be able to handle being in someone else's head
Man,
and
shit.
not get consumed.
Yeah, man.
Now that adds another level to this discipline. Because before, when I'm thinking and hearing about meditation, you got to do this and sit still and clear your thoughts. They never really tell you what the next step is. So you always think that what you're learning is the end goal. not realizing that each level of yoga and meditation is leading you to the next state. I mean, she's
Yeah.
telling us about cities and shit like this for a reason. It's not just to enjoy because they're nice to have. All this has a purpose. We may not know what it is just yet, but I think this detachment and discipline may have something to do with working with others.
Yeah.
So far, that's what I think.
Yeah, because if you get so caught up in it, man, it can, even just that can take over you, man. Like if people struggling with their own damn thoughts, just imagine handling another receiver. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
You know,
If
like
he's
if you
struggling with a tree,
shit, man. Wow. Guess a tree don't mind being a tree. It's always been a tree, I guess.
and a tree ain't got nothing going on. So just imagine how
Can't go
much different
nowhere,
it is.
bro.
Mm-mm.
You can't go nowhere unless somebody chop you down or a fire break out. And then even if you do fall over, you staying in that spot for a long ass time.
Mm-hmm.
Humpty Dumpty's ass then fell off that motherfucker.
Decomposing.
Decomposing. What does that process feel like? And that's a slow one too.
Yeah, it's not quick even for a tree.
Exactly. Or you might become somebody's fucking furniture or a fucking part of somebody's house. What is that like? Hearing these damn arguments and shit. Well, you don't have no ears to hear.
Receiving them vibrations though.
You're receiving them vibrations, you know, but you ain't got no water. You ain't got no roots.
Matter of fact, you're sealed with lacquer and veneer and all that stuff.
Oh, fucking, yeah, man, that's crazy. It's all fun and games till you get them real powers. Everybody talking about them. We was talking about those spiritual powers,
Mm-hmm.
and
Got
that's
no
all based
idea.
off of Hollywood. And you got John Newton up there talking about something. Man, I became a tree, and that was the most terrifying thing in my life. Samadhi ain't nothing to play with. Well,
Wow.
damn.
That was good to hear. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Definitely.
Yeah, and to me that just really points to and illustrates the importance of mind control. And I'm talking about self-mind control. And just looking around and how impossible it is for literally everyone.
Man, shit.
But we talking about spiritual power.
Man.
You almost have to go and live in the mountains to not get infected by this nonsense.
Yeah, plus you're extremely sensitive too, man. You're talking about subtle shit. You're getting sensitive to the subtle aspects. You noticing everything damn near.
Yeah. Just people being in your vicinity, feeling what they feel. And not to mention, another reason to control yourself is because your stuff filters over into others.
Yeah, that's right, because you can influence too. Got that
and
much.
doing it for so long that it becomes autopilot,
Damn.
So you let yourself get depressed or angry. Now that shit's filtering off into others, and they may not have the same discipline level as you, so that may cause them to slip up and trip up.
Shit.
Ay. Whole new level. This is a whole new level. So I suppose Bobby was right, when he talked about Stan Lee's inspiration for the X-Men and all that. I've been calling it nigger magic all week.
That is too funny. Look on my grandfather. See you. Yeah, every time I see this truck, my grandfather had this old Chevy truck that was red, and had a white stripe in the middle of it. Red on top, red on the bottom, and a white stripe in the middle. So every time I see it, I know my grandfather's like near, or that energy is near, right?
Wow, the timing on that.
Yeah. And I see it all. I've seen another vehicle, same earlier. So anytime I see that, that's my connection between him. And, yeah, man, I don't know. It's something about when you hear from people that you look up to, and anything that you're looking, and you start hearing the real behind a lot of the things,
Mm-hmm.
and it's humbling because it takes you out of the mind frame that people who aren't blessed enough to deal with these mentors or actually, learn from them and stuff like that, and just kind of like outside looking in, thinking everything is so like Hollywood jolly cool, and it's like, no, this is a real responsibility. And
Yes,
if you don't do the proper things, you lose your shit, man. You can lose your shit, you know,
it's hard
or
for folks
whatever.
to conceptualize if they've got
Exactly.
no context for it.
Hmm.
And we're very fortunate also because there's a lot of as we've seen, some of these other swamis or gurus that are, more on the Hollywood side of things and not so much really doing this work. We're very fortunate to be with some folks who literally wrote the book on it,
Exactly right.
not being caught up and wrapped up in that other nonsense. Because they say, never meet your heroes, mainly because you get let down when you find out that they're human. I
That is so true.
would have hated to maybe gone through another person first, and only to find out that this person ain't really doing the thing, ain't really living it. I could see that could cause many people to give up on the practice.
I'm fine, and this is not a set in stone rule, but I find that the ones who are really ostracized or hated to some degree, or like people just, oh, don't fuck with that person. I'm finding more and more in my life that, oh, that person's an asshole or something like that. I'm finding more and more in my life that those are the ones who are actually doing the shit, and they learn how to deal with the fuckery up front. And so all the
Mm,
motherfuckers that aren't doing anything, they're intimidated because they see through their bullshit. Kind of like Panic. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying? Panic Bobby. They say, motherfuckers be like, oh, we got kids here, brother. You know what I'm saying? Can't be cursing. Man, fuck that shit. What the hell? Shit. Kundalini, motherfucker. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, word up. Like,
you
it
got
did.
kids here, brother.
We got kids. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, but people
Fuck them
who
kids.
exactly, you know, it's not always. Some people are, it's justified. Some motherfuckers just crazy, but a lot of mentors that I've come that are really, really producing results. I would say they're not always as easy going, or they might have a certain temperament to a certain degree, and then you'll really see they realize the bullshit, and they just say, I'm just gonna cut straight to the chase because I don't want to bullshit nobody, and they actually care more about the process and helping people maneuver through it. It's not a set rule, but I'm seeing that more and more and more.
Hmm. It was in your karma to meet people like that.
Yeah.
Man, you ain't tell me you had an interview.
You said what now?
You ain't tell me you had an interview.
Oh, wait, hold up. Oh shit, hold up.
I had to find out the hard way.
Oh shit. Damn, y'all already heard it?
Nah, I just heard of it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I did have one by the redhead lady.
You know, she was actually on the chat earlier.
Get the hell out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
To be honest, we had 3 special guests today.
Damn. I'll be
Funny
listening.
business.
Really? Who was the 3 special guests?
Have you heard of the Spirit Shrink, Arias Bookman?
No.
Okay. Yeah, he's a guy, you know, big on metaphysics. I guess you could even consider him part of Team No Delusion. Not officially, but his style and delivery absolutely is.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Honestly, I wanted him to be on sooner, but I knew that some folks would have their feelings hurt pretty badly. So now that those people aren't here, it was kind of perfect that he was able to come through.
Oh shit. Okay.
And after that, you know, our friend that we just mentioned hopped on for a bit, asked some pretty interesting questions, had a decent conversation. And then the season finale, Omar comes back and cuts on the camera.
Oh shit.
We got 2 Omars in the building.
Oh shit.
We had Damarama and Saturn's Guru, same spot.
Wow. Fuck, man.
Yeah,
Oh
man.
man, I missed all of that goodness. Please send me the link to that, please.
Oh
If there
man,
is one. Shit. Please.
he was filling us in on all his most extreme rituals.
Oh shit. Oh man.
Yeah.
So how'd you hear
Hmm?
about the interview?
Well, I was asked to do one myself,
Okay.
and through a process of conversation, come to find out that you've done one as well. So I told her I was pretty excited about hearing that. But yeah, she let me know that they're in the process of being edited and, you know, will be released on a certain date.
Yeah, that's what she was telling me. That's why um I was kind of um so I know she's doing her thing, but I never really sat down with her and asked her because I know she's been promoting. I haven't been on really Facebook like that. I come in every once in a while, but like I haven't really dove deep into it. But I know she's promoting that. I know Ace is a part of her her team, right?
Say that again?
Isn't Ace a part of the team No Delusion?
I'm not sure.
I thought I could have sworn he posted a certificate that he got or something like that. I thought that was funny and dope. I thought it was pretty dope. I don't know. I think he did take take a class or something like that.
Okay.
I think so, but maybe I don't know if it was a joke or whatnot. But I thought it was dope. Hell yeah, man! I can't believe I missed it. I had some great talks with her.
Cool.
I actually started speaking with her when I was in Cali.
Okay, back when you were near Omar?
Yeah, around the same time. Same time.
It just
I
it had
enjoy.
to
Mm-hmm.
mm,
You said what now?
or it had to have been something astrological, because we usually don't have people come through like that, and to have three, I know it had to have been something astrological. I asked Kristen, and she said that there was a lot going on in Shravana right now, which we know
Mm.
is, the ear listening. So certainly got to hear from different perspectives, right? Three completely
Wow.
different perspectives. So that was pretty cool.
Man, that man, it's interesting. I missed that because like the perspective that her and I spoke about, I just thought was very interesting. And I always thought like, yo, that'd be dope for her to like come on the meetings. And if you got everybody here is level headed to hear everybody else's, opinions about things and their story behind it. And I thought she would be great to speak with Kristen because of a lot of the similarities between phenomena that they had experienced. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought that, when Kristen first came on and she started talking about her experiences and stuff and how she overcame those things. And I thought that that would be an interesting conversation between her and Kristen, you know what I'm saying? As to,
Ooh.
because of it, they come from similar backgrounds as far as things that they have witnessed. You know what I mean? So hold on one second. But yeah, sorry about that. Um, just I got back to the house. But yeah, I think them having an interesting conversation and seeing them go back and forth with their experiences, not no debate shit or anything, but just like sharing each other experiences and why Kristen, we know why Kristen came to her conclusions and why the money whore can came to her conclusion, why she stayed in that, you know what I mean? Like I just think that would be a great ass conversation, man.
Yeah. Ching, ching, ching goes the money tree. Well, it will probably happen.
That's gonna be interesting, and I'm sure there's a lot of people in the chat, man, because like there's so many people, man, that are knowledgeable, man. When I check the chat, oh man, the YouTube chat,
Mm-hmm.
dude, yeah, I can't wait to to not certain people, but a lot of people to start coming on, man. That's gonna be interesting, man.
Yeah, yeah. This may be a good time to start, I guess, branching out maybe, but absolutely, I think that the format of what we have going on here is going to start to shift.
Mm-hmm.
When I was talking with her, it's kind of crazy because earlier that day I was really thinking, well, what we're doing here essentially is a podcast. What if I went ahead and turned it into one? You know, maybe instead of going for 20 hours, we could do little hour segments, you know, maybe even more frequently, maybe just like specifically
Mm-hmm.
conversations with certain people,
Yeah.
I think that might go over well because
It's 7 o'clock.
Maxine, I really don't hear anyone else talking about the things that we talk about or with the level of experience, right? Even if it's just data
Mm-hmm.
experience.
Yeah, man.
Even to this point, nobody's where we are. So it might be a good idea to start to branch out like that.
Yeah. Wow. It's a lot of people here with a wealth of knowledge, you
Mm-hmm.
know, wealth of experiences. I just love hearing other people's experiences, their stories, you know. It's one thing, anybody, if you ever down and out, need some money, whatever, you start selling your story. You can sell it, man. You can sell your story, what you've gone through, you know.
Find somebody who you can package it up right, sell it to the right person.
Exactly. Acceptable, no.
Bonus points if it's actually helpful to somebody.
Exactly. I care about material things. You know what song? I know this is gonna switch gears, but what song I think would be dope to play in the mountains of California?
Hmm.
It's an old song, but I just got hip to it. And the song is called "My Girls" by Animal Collective. Is anybody familiar with it?
I feel like I should know that.
Check it out. I think it's just dope. But they did play in Coachella, which is somewhere by Joshua Tree. It's close to Joshua Tree, unless it's a different Coachella.
The infamous Joshua Tree. I think that our friends may be asleep.
Might be. If y'all trying to call it a night, I'm gonna go ahead and so I just got back, get all this shit out of the damn car.
Y'all some quitters, man.
Say what now?
Y'all some quitters.
Oh,
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, I was asleep.
I was knocked out. Ooh. Just gonna walk his ass out here, huh? Right in front of the damn car. I'll give you a passport because it's early morning.
Oh, this is funny. I'm looking here
What?
on YouTube. It says that charges have already been pressed against more than 175 people who were involved on the attack on the Capitol.
Oh shit.
Yeah, man.
Putting them lanes. Putting out them lanes, man. About to take
That's
up their
funny.
property.
When you thought everything was sweet. When you thought everything was sweet. Nah, bucko. See where attachment gets you? See where getting wrapped up in the illusion gets you?
Yeah.
I guarantee none of these people suspected they thought that it would be taken this far.
Yeah.
Imagine being somebody just going along for the ride. Like your homies are gonna do it and you figure, all right, yeah, I'll join in.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. This shit happens too often, man.
Mm-hmm.
Cap's right here, sweetie. Uh-huh. All right, guys. I'm glad I got to catch y'all. I will chat with y'all on Thursday. Now, the following week from now, 2 weeks, I won't be back on because I'll be back in training and shit. But I
Okay.
can be on Sundays though. I'll be on a Sunday. So
I think that we'll actually be taking a break for the next 2 sessions.
really, okay, all right,
Definitely for next Sunday,
cool.
but I guess maybe Thursday too. Maybe I can sleep in that day.
Okay, okay, cool. Well, good night / good morning, everyone in the chat and everybody that's still here. Much love to you all. I will chat with y'all later.
Peace.
Peace, everyone.
Peace. Have a good day.
You too.
Well. Now it's time for so long. I guess it's a good point to go ahead and wrap up this gift. Send it off to the YouTube processing center. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Time to tap into some panic.
Oh, okay. Tapping into panic.
Yeah, I want to see this new stuff you drop.
Cool. Cool. Curve, Amar, Alora. Y'all sleep? I'll take that as a yes. Changing spiritually, congratulations. You got your Ormus. Use it wisely. Make sure you meditate while you're in the process of taking it. Works better that way.
Hey, before I go, did that person ever get back to you about their brother Yusuf information?
I didn't see a post after that. Not from them, at least.
Confirmed.
Yeah, I don't see it.
All right, brother. Recharge.
All right. Be easy. All right, y'all in the chat. I think I'm gonna head out. Finishing my fast, so I'm definitely gonna eat more than I need to. All karma free though. I think I've given up on the meat. 2021, meatless. Good night, Natalia. I have a feeling I keep misinterpreting your questions. I'm not really trying to be a smartass, but you know. Yeah, I think, I don't know. If we get on the same page, maybe I can understand what's going on. But yeah, do the work if it's in your karma. If not, then enjoy that thing that you're about to enjoy. It's all good either way. Changing spiritually, no, I have not been just on plant-based foods before. It's one of those loose commitments, and understanding. We're not really official, but we both understand what's going on. I think I had the urge and the craving for meat once, but after that, it kind of dissipated. I mean, I don't eat much anyway. I eat once a day. So I just replaced the meat that I would eat with, that plant-based meat stuff. So far, so good. I got some plant-based sausage stuff today. Lots of it. So that should be nice. But yeah, I don't eat much at all. I might eat like a veggie burrito thing or some almond toast. Excuse me, avocado toast. Tons of coffee and lots of book stuff. Maybe some Twizzlers and some Ritz crackers. Definitely Twizzlers and Ritz crackers. But yeah, it should be fun. I think I'll be able to stick it out or tough it out because I like the feeling of being light. You know, eating meat feels heavy and it takes forever to get out of your system. And I don't like stinky poop and I don't like bloated stomach. So I don't really miss the meat too much. So far, so good. Natalia Dozier, the best way to get in touch with me probably is Instagram. It's easy to find me on Instagram. LVX777, Travis Mages. I'm the only one. You'll be able to find me pretty quickly. I mean, you know, I keep pretty consistent on my color scheme: black, white, red. Plus, I have the same face most of the time, same horns. Or you could upgrade to Mage's student level and hop on the discussion. That's an option too. But yeah, things are going to change. If you guys have any suggestions of things that you'd like to see, any ideas, I don't know what other people are doing. Maybe there's something that other people are doing that you could see us doing that might be helpful. I like doing these discussions here. I think they're really helpful. You know, they're super long, so it's not going to get popular and it doesn't make money. But I think that they're useful for our collective consciousness. That's why they're permitted to be done. But I would like to do other things too. So if you guys have any ideas that you think might be a good fit, I'll consider them. But yeah. Okay, Natalia, you don't use social media. Like I said, you could upgrade if you wanted. You know, hop on here, converse with us. Obviously, you're one who stays up for the long haul, and you're used to how we talk by this point. So, you know, you could also email me at travismagus777 at gmail.com. Changing Spiritually says you can utilize OnlyFans. I do, but you wouldn't recognize me because I wear a mask. Natalia Dozier says, thank you, Trev, for the open door. Can't wait to connect. You're in my chart. What? Nice. Nice. I was going to go read some more, but I think I'm going to put some more things in my mouth and then go to sleep, and I'll read when I wake up. Oh, yeah. But yeah, y'all know how it is. I appreciate you. I'm about to go take some more of my trifala powder. That's what I should do, right? Get healthy and whatnot. It's been a good day. Good session. I enjoyed it. Okay, but yeah, so I guess I'm peacing out. Tree Marie, you'll have to join us next time if you feel up for it. You know, there's always room on this couch. Or whatever. Zoom boxes, whatever. You know what I mean. Changing Spiritually, don't ask about my OnlyFans because it wouldn't be wise for me to cross the streams. You know that. All right. So I guess it's time. I guess it's time. Uh-oh. Natalia says about to stuff my mouth too and head out. But stuff my mouth with what? LOL. Only good. Sure. All right. Let me go before you guys have me thinking about other stuff. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. This girl here. Yeah. I guess my brain waves are starting to be sent out. I better click out of here. I noticed it did say stiff. Peace. And don't forget, I love you guys. I would not rather be anywhere else, except maybe in heaven. But that's going to be inevitable. All right. Peace out. Y'all have a good night. Good day. Do the work. Don't be getting scared by the news and all that shit. Stay focused. Keep your focus. Analyze yourself when you start getting upset, when you start getting mad, when you start getting depressed, when you start losing hope and all that. Analyze yourself. Step out of the body, right? Look at yourself and say, hey, let me get a grip. All right. I may be experiencing emotions, but these emotions are not me. Don't get triggered by stuff. What other people got going on is their business. Even if their name comes out of your mouth, they're not talking about you. They don't know you. They only know their image of you in their head. So stop getting triggered. Manage your behaviors, right? Manage your behaviors. We do stuff all the time on autopilot. Manage that autopilot so that it's not autopilot. The goal here is awareness, right? In order to be aware, you got to be aware of all your behaviors, even the small ones. Now, meditation can help with this because if you sit still, right? If you sit still, you're able to listen and observe the body. You're able to observe. And it only helps you get better at doing this on a day to day, moment to moment span, right? If you keep practicing, you'll get better at it. But you're not going to get better at this if you're not practicing anything. Yeah, it's going to be some rocks. Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but you can do it. You wouldn't be on this channel. You wouldn't be on my channel if you couldn't do it. You wouldn't still be in this damn chat if this was beyond your grasp, right? You know that shit. You know that. This ain't beyond you, right? You just need to either put in a little bit more effort or give yourself a little bit more credit. Probably both, because you're smarter than you allow yourself to accept. But see, this goes beyond an intellectual thing because we're also dealing with abstract thought, which is higher than your intellect. But you got to have balance. That's why we study. We study to feed the intellectual mind, but we practice to feed the abstract mind. You got to have both, not just practice and say, oh, I don't need to read. That's foolish. And it's not just reading books and say, I don't need to practice. That's also foolish. Get a healthy dose of both. It's not hard to meditate. It's not hard to do these mantras. It's not hard to observe your behavior. It's okay if you lose track, but every time you remember, come on back to center and do it again. You know, you can do it. I believe in you. Like I said, you wouldn't be here if this was beyond you. It's definitely in your grasp. So keep doing it. All right, I'm going to go. I love you guys. Have a wonderful day, no matter where you are. Peace.